just a kid when I knew you.
I know.
Well, I still got to say today, you're probably the most dedicated person I ever worked with. When you pick up that big old heavy camera and run down Stewart Highway chasing down the car.
The Solar Car Challenge is a 15-month educational cycle. We are the top project-based STEM initiative where we help motivate students in science and engineering, alternative energy. And we do this throughout the year by teaching them how they should design it, how they engineer it, how they construct their car, and then how to race it, as well as things along the line with teaching commitment, teaching them dedication, so that when they finish this project after 15 months, they're going to be there at the race having the best time of their life. Hands-on, project-based STEM initiatives are the key to help motivate students. You're actually touching and making things work. And the expression on your face of, we've been able to get the solar array to put out the right amount of power, it's huge. And that excitement creates motivation and carries you through all the rest of the project.
I'm the captain, I'm the welder, and mechanical.
I'm mechanical and I work on grinding the car.
I do electrical and finance.
I mostly work on electrical and telemetry stuff.
Electrical and SolidWorks.
And I work on anything that needs to be worked on.
It's a real tight-knit team and we all know each other real well. And we all joke around and we work together. And if somebody's in trouble, we can all help each other out, so yeah.
I knew absolutely nothing about electronics or anything before I started here. Now I think I know a fair bit.
A lot of people think it's a college thing, and yes, there are colleges with solar car programs, but the high school, everyone's like, it's such an amazing experience.
So like, wait, what? You built this? how could you build that? I couldn't build that. It would take me centuries to build that.
Our big thing is problem solving. So if there's a problem, we find a way to solve it. It seems simple in itself, but at times it can get very complicated.
I feel a lot of pride, really. We all put a lot of hard work, dedication, and time into building this, and just seeing us go across that finish line means the world.
For new teams and new teachers, you don't have to be afraid of the technology involved in this. There are people out there who are willing to come in to your school and help you with it. It improves your program. It enriches your teaching.
The Solar Car Challenge provides a lot of resources for first-year teams. We provide workshops throughout the year for new teams where you get to talk about how to actually put a car together, the mechanical, the electrical, and you get a lot of other teams participating and providing inputs.
While we're a competition, we're also an educational institute, and that's our primary focus.
Everybody there has bled and sweat and cried as much as all the other teams, and so if one car breaks down, you have 3 or 4 other teams there to try to help them because they know how hard it was to try to get to where they are.
And the winner of Day 2 in the Advanced Classic Division, 257.9 miles total, Iron Lions. Congratulations.
Everybody behind the scenes, all of our staff, are volunteers because we believe in what we're doing. These are people who've either raced in preceding races or are somehow or other involved in the solar community.
I started Solar Car in high school, and I quickly developed a love for science and technology.
And I raced for 2 years, and I've never left.
I know what it meant to me. It's what really solidified my desire to be an engineer, set me down a great career path that I've absolutely loved, and I want to make sure that other people have that opportunity.
When I used to race in 1997, we had 5 cars. Last year, we had more than 100 teams actively building cars.
We deal with between 1,500 and 2,000 in our education program, and we've been doing it for 26 years now. It's a lot of people.
After you put 15 months into this, with all the sweat and the brain power and the successes and a few failures, the time you spent after school and on Saturdays, when you're finally on the road driving your solar car, you say, this car is something that I built. The pride that you have of being able to do something that maybe a college or a corporation does, and you're doing it as a high school student, it makes you proud.
Proud of you, and I'm wearing my mess pad right now. But you've got to bear with me. I'll put it back on in just a second. I'm going to rely upon distancing. We always start these things off by me taking a roll. So Staten Island, are you here? All Saints, are you here? Holy Solars, are you here? Prosper, are you here? Kentucky, are you here? You get an echo on that one. Plano, are you here? Raisbeck, are you here? Wasp, are you here? North Tampa. Coppell. Covenant, are you here? Heroes, are you here? Western, are you here? Lisa, are you here?
Hello and welcome
Iron
to the
Lions.
Solar Car Challenge 2021. We're proud to be here today. Right now we have live coverage has just begun of the Solar Car race. We're going to switch back to Dr. Marks, the head of the Solar Car Challenge, who's been running this program since 1995. We're having our morning team meeting. Let's go to that
rain
meeting.
delay this morning. Between now and about 9:30, we're expecting a pretty good amount of rain to come through here. So you want to be sure you're protecting your cars. You want to make sure that your electric vehicles with their arrays on the other side of the media are well secured. And we're going to plan for a 10 o'clock race start. Let's hope that things will have passed enough by then so that we can proceed. I hate to start our event this way, but you know, it's one of those things that your safety is far more important than me waving a flag to you as you go by. So at about 9:45, we will start assembling our line of cars up here and start rounding up here. Please stay tuned because we don't know. We don't know whether or not it's going to come over here and just stop and continue to rain. You know Texas, we never know exactly what's going to happen. But when it does, since we're bigger in Texas, except for me, then everything seems to just go crazy. So let me turn it over to William right now. He's going to talk to you about some good things.
Thanks, Dr. Marks. As you know, because of this rain delay, our start will be delayed, but the rest of the times do not change. So if we start at 10, the Classic Division cars will come off the track at noon plus whatever Delta time. As you also got a text blast, we have to take our group picture today. Hopefully the weather accounts for that and allows for us to take a group picture today. And so when you come off the track today, we will be lining up your cars all here in the Cup garage, which means if you are in the IRL garage, please come down here as well. Once we set all the Classic, Advanced Classic, and Electric Solar Division cars in place for the picture, then we will ask all the Advanced and Cruiser Division teams to come off the track. We'll drive you right into position. We'll get the picture taken, and then we'll excuse you to go right back on the track if you decide to do so. So that's how we're going to do the group picture today, weather permitting. The first day is always exciting. You have a full battery charge and everyone wants to get going. So please, please follow our passing procedures. Make sure that you honk your horn, that you do it in a burst that is, you can hear, like beep, not boop, boop, because no one's going to hear that. So make sure you honk your horn. Make sure that if you've got spotters there, they're watching out for you. There's going to be a wide differential between slower cars and faster cars, so please really watch out for the traffic around you and be aware. And when you're done with your pass, come back on the inside. Spend most of your time driving on the inside of the track. Other than that, spotters, we will be walking over from down here, so we expect that spotters will be at the scoring tent at 9:45, and then we'll walk over across and enter from the track side rather than from gate 4. Okay? With that, Chris?
Only two quick things. A reminder for the spotters, this year you guys have seen the banners up there. There isn't a lot of shade until late in the afternoon. So bring an umbrella, bring a hat, well obviously bring a hat, bring whatever else you need up there because you will be in the sun. You will be in the sun. Secondly, battery box tape. I know there's been a lot of asks right now between the staff and the teams. We are getting that around. You will have it in place before you go to line up. So expect that to happen in the next half an hour or so. For those that haven't gotten it yet, you can actually see it hanging out of my pocket. So I am working to get it to you, so is Hunter. One other minor note on the track for those, please let your drivers know that haven't been out there. When you come down off of the end of the front stretch into turn 1, it necks down pretty good. The apron that we run on between turns 1 and 2 is really only 2 lanes wide. Sorry. It really is only 2 lanes wide. So you're going from a big full racing surface down to 2 lanes. You need to make sure that you've completed your passes, especially your 3 wide passes, well before you get into that area. Okay, because then you're going to drop down onto that little apron. Most of the advisors have already been out there and seen that, seen the way the cones are set up, and I know we've had at least one driver do that, but that's one of my concerns for today. So just be well aware, turns 2 and 3, even though it's only 2 wide passing, there's a lot more running room down there. So just be careful coming out of turn 1, or entering turn 1.
One other word of caution. This is a different race because we're filming it. We're live streaming what's going on. That means there's not a chance to edit what goes out. So watch what you say, watch what you do. There are 4 cameras, 2 fixed and 2 roving. So it's going to be an interesting experience. Looking forward to seeing y'all at 10 o'clock to start the race. Can we have one more cheer to express our excitement about being here? Yeah! See y'all at 10 o'clock.
Teams, if you've lost your wallet, please come see me. If you've lost your wallet, please come see me.
Hello, Solar Car fans! As you just heard, Dr. Marks announced that because of some weather that's moving through the area, we're going to postpone the start of the race from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's right, so it's being pushed back an hour. Now, we do have some interviews lined up with different teams on the half hour. That was going to start at 10. Now it's going to be starting at 11. We will be on the Solar Car website. Where can we find our schedule? That's right, solarcarchallenge.org. You can find out all the information. You can find out when your team will be featured in an interview in the pits. Again, throughout this entire race, we're going to be going through and interviewing teams from around the country and check in on how they are doing so that you can see them. All right, thank you very much. And stay tuned, and please be back by 11 to see the start of the race. And stay continued here. We're probably going to have some interviews and some other cool information. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. We have an update. While we're waiting on the rain and weather to pass, we're actually going to jump in and do an interview with the Prosper, Texas team. Prosper has 2 cars. They have a car in the Classic Division and in the Cruiser Division. So stay tuned. In about 5 minutes, we're going to run into the pits and we're going to interview that team. So stay tuned.
Nice to be young. Remember, once
you are young. It's a mindset.
Well, once you lose the age, you never get it back. There you go.
Just keep my mom proud.
Okay, so get your parents to tune in now because you're about to be on. Okay, go ahead. Ken's nothing there. I want that reaction happening here.
microphone's not on. You guys
Cruiser, yeah, but this one we're looking at and our Cruiser, right? We got both. So we'll talk about this and then we've got another one for this one. I won't ask you too many technical questions about this. You're good. We won't get into that. For this one, it's just that you've been around. You've a return team, a veteran team, you know? So now you're here. I won't get into any technical things, I promise. I'll just ask you, like, what are you excited for? How's your race experience been so far? What challenges have you had to overcome to get here? Things like that. Cool? We're live. Hello, we are live with Prosper Solar Car team here. Prosper's a local team here in Texas, North Texas. We're very excited to have them here, and I'm sure they're very excited to be here this year. So first things first, Prosper, we're here looking at your Classic Division car. My understanding is you are an advanced Classic car. So tell me a little bit about what makes you guys an advanced Classic car and what that means for you.
Basically, the advanced Classic car is a three-wheel car that competes around the track, you know? It's got the simple windscreen, doesn't have to have any other kind of shrink wrap or any kind of paneling on it. It's got 4 solar panels to, do a solar car.
And it's my understanding that as an advanced Classic car, you guys are a team that have raced before, right? This isn't your first Solar Car Challenge. You're back again, hopefully better than ever. And how have you guys been on the team for a while now? Is this your first race, or have you been here before?
This is my second year on the team, but because of COVID last year, we never got to race it. So.
This is my first year on the team, but I've been doing engineering since 8th grade, so not my first time doing electronics.
Fair enough. Awesome. And I know that last year was kind of a bummer for everybody. We've all had to go through quite a few things to get to this point. Do you think you guys could share with me a little bit about kind of what challenges you may have overcome in order to be able to have your car here this year?
One of the biggest challenges was COVID and being able to actually meet. So we had to actually split up our groups into smaller groups in order to actually meet and, follow COVID protocol.
That's about it. We had to make sure we had masks on, everything was clean. We were definitely very careful when it came to that.
Yeah, of course. And of course, we're following through with a lot of those procedures. You see masks on here, things of that nature. So we really appreciate everyone staying safe. Looking forward to this race. Obviously, we've got a rain delay right now, so we're not out on the track yet. But getting to that point, are you guys excited to be putting your cars out? What are the feelings for the team? And are you looking forward to the rest of this race?
We are absolutely looking forward to the rest of this race. We've been working really hard for the past few years on this car and perfecting it. We want to get the total number of laps to be higher than last year. I think it was 326 we had last year. We want to hit 400 this year.
Awesome. Do you have anything to add?
We're feeling fantastic. We're going to get out on that track. We're going to do great.
That's awesome, you guys. Do you have anything else about just kind of the strategy of your plan or anything in place? Or are you just kind of ready to get out there and see how it goes?
Mostly just ready to get out there. We got a little bit of a strategy using our telemetry system, and we're going to check the voltage, check the speed, make sure we're doing maximum speed for maximum voltage.
Awesome. And you said it's your first year at the race, first year racing. So as a first year racer, how are you feeling, and how are you doing kind of with this whole thing? What's the feeling like for you? Your first scrutineering, everything of that nature, checking all the safety of the car. Tell me about your experience so far.
I'm feeling pretty confident because we've had a really great team this year and everyone's made it so that I feel really good about what I know and how to do things. So I'm just excited to get out and see what we can do.
That's awesome. I want to say kind of on that note, talking about how you have a really strong team this year. In what ways do you feel like being a part of this team has prepared you for things in your future? Or what ways do you think being a part of this has made an impact on you as a high school student, maybe looking towards your future and college or further education or jobs, whatever it may be? In what ways do you think this has had an impact on you? And I'll start with you and head over after.
I think that it's a great trial run to see how it's going to be when we go into the field when we're older. I think it's really made me more eager to pursue electrical, and I feel more confident in my abilities to get through engineering and actually make a change.
Basically, what we've done is just, work around all the problems we have, design it together, build it as a team. We want to keep it together,
Oh yeah, and I was a previous racer before I came into this position, so I completely understand you work through a lot of challenges, you work through a lot of hard things. You swear something's going to work and then suddenly it doesn't, and there's a lot of scrambling and workaround, and you really have to work on your teamwork and your bond, as well as overcoming those engineering challenges. Did you feel like you faced any major challenges throughout scrutineering to get to this point, all the safety checks on the car, or did you feel like things went pretty smoothly for your team?
Things went pretty smoothly. There were a few slight issues we had, but nothing we couldn't handle, nothing we couldn't fix really easily.
And moving forward to the race, do you foresee anything you're worried about, or do you think it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out?
It's going to be smooth sailing.
It's gonna be a good time.
Good time. Good times here all around. If we're doing pretty good, that's great. Thank you so much, Prosper. We will be seeing Prosper again later in the race, and again with a different division car, as Prosper is also racing in the cruiser division. It's their first time racing in the cruiser division, and they're the first ones ever to race in the cruiser division. So we look forward to hearing about that very soon, and I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Again, that was the Prosper team getting ready to, they're waiting for this weather to roll out, and then they will be racing at 10 or 11. What is it?
At 10 o'clock.
Okay, 10 a.m. is the rollout time now. Sorry, I believe I misspoke previously. We have the Deputy Race Director here, William Shee. William, welcome to our audience. So give us a lowdown on what is happening right now.
Sure, Stuart. So we'd love to start the race at 9 a.m. and that's our normal race time, but we're in the midst of a rainstorm, rain and wind. And so we've set the race time back an hour. We're hoping that the rain will clear by that time. And essentially, once everything clears up, we will restart as normal. We'll line up the cars and release once a minute after that.
So for those that aren't really familiar, can you tell us how is the race divided? What are the different divisions and what do the different divisions mean?
Sure. We have 5 different divisions in this race. The Classic Division, the Advanced Classic Division, the Advanced Division, the Electric Solar Powered Division, and a brand new division called the Cruiser Division. Our Classic Division is really meant for first-year teams coming into this event, and we've put the rules such that the cost of entry is very low. We limit the amount of efficiency that you can have in the batteries. We limit the amount of motor technology you can use, and we also limit the battery technologies that you can use. So it should be fairly easy for a team coming in to start their first car and really just get it running. From then on, as you start getting experience in the race, you may start learning more strategy. You may learn how to optimize your car better. And so we've separated out these entry-level division teams in the Classic Division into the Advanced Classic. So if you've raced for 3 or more years in the Solar Car Challenge and you're still building a Classic Division car, then we bump your team up into the Advanced Classic Division. Our Advanced Division is really meant for teams that really want to expand their education. And so if they want to play around with new battery technologies like a lithium chemistry battery, or if they want to play with some of the aerodynamics that were established by college or corporate solar car teams, they have these molds that they've already worked out all the aerodynamics for. You can reuse those molds as long as you make the body for it yourself. And so we're all about, you've got to do all the work yourself as a student, but you can take advantage of these things that are out there. And so that's the Advanced Division. We have 2 other divisions that are really leaning more towards the practicality of solar cars in general. We imagine that when you're driving a car, likely you will not have a solar panel on your car that's powering the car. Typically, you may drive a car that you would then go into a charging station where the power is supplied by solar, but you would just go and change your battery out and you get on your way. And so our Electric Solar Power Division accomplishes that, and you have 2 passengers for that car. And so it's meant to be more of a production vehicle where you have a driver and a passenger, you have a space for a trunk and things like that. And then the most exciting division, our very new division, is the Cruiser Division. And it's really there to really expand and challenge those who have been coming to our race for a long time. And you can have up to 4 passengers in that vehicle running in the advanced division set of rules, but you get credit for all the laps that you get as passenger. So if you collect a lap that has 2 passengers in it, then you'll get 2 points. And then you collect another lap with 4 passengers in it, then you'll get 4 points. So it's really a neat mind game you can play about how much do I really want to be putting passengers in and weighing down the car and slowing down the car, but then you get more credit.
And William, I think we already have a clear winner in the cruiser division. Is that right?
That's true. We do have, this is a very new division, right? So we have one team who have joined us in the cruiser division. So
that's right, the Prosper team. I think we just saw their car with Mackenzie there in the pits. So they're doing great.
Yeah, as long as they get 1 lap on the track,
they get
they get a trophy.
They get a trophy.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, William. And we're going to be coming back to William on and off throughout these broadcasts to just let us know more about the race. Thank you very much.
Good to talk to you.
Now we're just going to go look at some of the rain on the track. We're going to switch over back to that camera, and then we'll see you back in the pits to interview another team. Thank you.
Mind if I look at the camera? I'm also curious.
Yeah, a little. Not great for solar cars, huh? If only we all did solar dinghy boats. Then maybe we'd be on to something. Now, I'm taking money for that, I promise.
Hi, everyone. Just to prepare you, in a few minutes, we're going to be going live with the Kentucky Solar Cats. Again, we're going to be in the pits and see how the Solar Cats are preparing their car for the rollout that will hopefully happen at 10, weather permitting. While everybody gets in place, we're going to watch some beautiful rain fall on the track.
I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit just to... Go. Hi, and welcome back to the pits, or the garages today, because we're not actually out on the pits yet due to our rain delay. It's still raining out here, but we are coming to you live with a Kentucky solar car team traveling down to Texas Motor Speedway this year. We have Maynard and Sammy both with me today, and we're going to be asking them a couple questions and getting to know them and their vehicle this year. So just to start off a little bit, Kentucky, you guys are racing in the Classic division. Will you tell me a little bit, just a brief overview of your car, what makes it a classic car, kind of big level stuff for me?
Well, the Classic division is split up from all the other divisions because you're not allowed to have certain things on your car, such as lithium-ion batteries or hub motors, and because of that, it makes your car slower, usually, and heavier, so they have to split it off into its own separate division to even things out. Yep.
So what I'm hearing, and from my past experience, I know there are quite a few challenges with that. You said you weigh a little bit more, certain things like that. Tell me about ways that you try to keep your car competitive with all these things that you've got going on.
Well, there are a few things that are really important to think of when you're making your car, and the main things that we thought of were the car's weight, its rolling resistance, and its aerodynamics, and everything else kind of falls either in between those or after them. But the most important things of those being weight. And so when we were making the car, compared to last year, we really thought out and planned so that way we can make our cars light and as efficient as possible, rather than just overbuilding it to the extreme to make sure that we passed. Right.
For sure, and I know we're like looking out at all these other teams that are here, and you mentioned weight, air resistance, drag, all these things, all these challenges that you have to overcome. I know outside of just the physical challenges, I know every team out here, probably including y'all, have had quite a few challenges this year. Getting here, not being able to get here last year like the rest of us. Sammy, will you talk me through a little bit about kind of some of the things you've had to overcome as a team this past year?
Yeah, well, COVID did hit us just like everyone else, but really in a lot of ways it helped us because we could really take our time because we weren't working so much all the time. With every decision that we made, we could think about it a lot more. And we found all the time we would start to make a decision. We had time to think about it, and we're like, wait, no, that's not a good idea. So then, yeah, it really helped us make smart decisions carefully.
That's great to hear. And for those of you tuning in, their car looks pretty wonderful, in my opinion. So tell me, is there something you are most proud of from your car or maybe your team? I want to hear from both of you what your opinions are. What's something that you really are proud of from this car, something that you carry with you?
I'd say, for me, I think it's just, we try to make it really clean and simple, right? Something that's hard to overcome is that, you know, these cars, they're pretty complex. There's a lot of different components to it, lots of different variables. So we want to make it as simple as possible while being like as efficient as possible, keeping the weight down. So I'm just proud of how clean it is.
That's awesome.
The dedication of the team.
Absolutely.
This is, I'm sure, as you said, you've been in this program before. I'm sure you know it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. It's very stressful, long hours. But throughout all of this, all 6 of the team members that are here stuck through it, worked the long hours, did the hard work, did what they had to do, and it paid off. And I'm very proud to see that worked.
Exactly.
That's really awesome to hear. And you touched on dedication. So tell me, I'd like to hope that with all that time you put in, do you feel like this is paid off? You know, are you excited to be here? Are you looking forward to the race? What are you most excited for over the rest of this week and what you've seen so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, we really are just so excited to be here. It's absolutely paying off. I mean, it is amazing to be around everyone else here, the collaboration of it all. I mean, we are so thankful for Texas Motor Speedway, Solar Car Challenge, and our sponsors for making this possible. It is absolutely worth it. It's so fun.
I'm really excited to elaborate a little on what Sammy said. I'm really excited to see all the other teams and all their cars. Yes. Because last year, with how, I guess, tight things were with our car, I didn't really get a chance to go around and see other teams' cars. But with where we're at right now, we get to see everyone's cars and talk to them, see what they did better, see what we did better, kind of compare, and
learn a lot.
Just learn a lot, yeah.
I think that's a really important thing to touch on. That a lot of people maybe that are viewing in that haven't physically been able to be here might not always understand. And I know from my experiences, talking about the Solar Car Challenge and the race and physically being here is a completely different experience. And I'd like to see your thoughts. I always felt like, you know, it's a race, and yes, you're competing, but at the same time, the sportsmanlike conduct of everybody here and the encouragement you get being in this environment is unparalleled to what you feel. You're really surrounded by people who know what you're going through. So can you talk a little bit about that, and do you agree with that idea?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's like we were saying. One of our favorite parts about this whole thing is how collaborative it is, how helpful everyone is. It's just you can learn so much from other people. It's just really, really nice in that way. Yeah.
Anything to add?
Yeah, well, just to elaborate on what he said, everyone, I mean, there are teams, I'm sure you've seen them around, who came here not entirely finished. And there were there were a lot of teams that just immediately walked over and offered help.
Yes.
And have spent, the second they finished with scrutineering, spent the rest of their time that they don't actually have to help, helping teams pass so that everyone has the ability to race.
And it's so great to hear that and see camaraderie of teams going on around the track. And we hope to continue to see that even as teams are competing, as we're all encouraging one another to be here and encouraging some of the teams that couldn't be here this year due to COVID restrictions and things. So we know that moving forward, right, we have the rain delay, but we're going to get out on the track and we're going to race. We've gone through scrutineering, you're qualified, everything, we're feeling good at the moment. Looking forward to the race. How do you think the race is going to go? Do you have any strategies in mind for how you're going to race your car? No trade secrets here, but just some big ideas for people back home to check in on.
Yeah, so that's a very complex problem to solve, right? So we have all kinds of data coming from our car, about the voltage, the amps, our RPMs, and we're trying to balance it all to understand how much we get from our panels, how much we can pull from our batteries, and get the perfect balance to maximize our efficiency for the 4 days.
That's awesome. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, well, the weather was not going at all how we expected, and so when we looked at the forecast and saw that it was going to rain, all of us met together and were like, we need to change up what we were thinking, because we were planning on it being nice and sunny, and here we are now having to start an hour late because of the rain. So it's changed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely know all the teams out here are being flexible today, flexible for this whole past year, and it's been quite an achievement to be here, and we look forward to supporting you guys as you hopefully very soon get out on the track. I really appreciate Kentucky hanging out with us, and we wish you guys and everybody else the best of luck throughout the rest of the week, and we will talk again soon. Thank you so much.
All right. You might have just seen Mackenzie there with the Kentucky Solar Cats. Thank you, Mackenzie, and everyone else working on that portion of the shoot. Now I have Mark Westlake. And tell me where you're from and
hi, everybody. I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota. We're down here to watch some of the solar car race. We're thinking about building a cruiser class in the future. So we're down to see what's going on. And it's raining right now, which in the past were some of my favorite days of solar car racing, because at least for a short period of time, I didn't have to do anything.
So Mark comes from St. Thomas Academy, and they have had a solar car team for many years. I think they're taking a break right now and looking into getting back into it. But if you watch some of the how to build solar car videos, you might recognize him.
I don't have my bow tie on. So,
He usually wears a bow tie when he's in the classroom. But I guess he's on vacation now. And but anyway, so Mark, what for some of the teams out here who are thinking about doing a team, or anybody watching, what are some of the major challenges and hurdles that a team would face?
Well, I think that any time that you're going to build a project with this amount of complexity, I mean, you have to have a plan to start. Obviously, you have to have people that are willing to help you along the way. You want to get a group of students together that are passionate about building a project like this, and you need a space to do it. If you can take care of those kind of low-hanging fruit pieces, then you can get into building a solar car. You go out, you find the wheels, you find some solar panels, you start to think about how all that's going to fit together. And then in the end, you hope that you can solve the little problems that happen along the way. You hope you have those eureka moments. You hope you have those happy accidents. Where all of a sudden things work and you're surprised they work, or as a teacher, I almost prefer when they don't work and then they have to solve those problems.
So what are some of the skills that the students might have to learn to build a working solar car?
Yeah, you learn a lot about how the electrical system works. We divide it up into 3 segments. We have students that specialize in the mechanical side of things, so the suspension, the frame, the electric motor, how that's going to drive the wheels, those kind of things, steering. We have students that specialize in the electrical side of things. How are you going to move energy from the solar panels to the batteries, or from the solar panels to the rear wheel? And there's a lot that goes on there, because it turns out that batteries aren't very smart and solar panels aren't very smart. And when you have 2 kind of not smart pieces working together, there has to be some kind of intermediate in order to help them understand each other. And so students really have to do a ton of research in order to make the electrical side of that work. And then finally,
I'm about to move camera to the next setup, so.
We've almost always built ours with some composite materials. So you have a group of students that specializes in fiberglass or in carbon fiber, and going through the process of making the molds for a car, and then making the carbon fiber parts in the mold. So, at a solar car race, there's a lot of things going on. You think about the weight. You have to build a car that's going to be strong enough to withstand here 3 days of racing. Is that 4 days? 4 days of racing.
4 days of racing.
And if you're doing a cross country event, then it's even more. I mean, because you don't have the safe confines of Texas Motor Speedway. You're going to be hitting bumps and dead animals and stuff like that along the way. So, I think this is a great place for students to start. And when people ask me for recommendations for a contest to enter, I mean, this really is the crown jewel. I mean, this is where you bring the students, when they are ready for a project that is much bigger than anything they've ever done. And it's life-changing. I mean, our students that have gone through the Solar Car Challenge have gone on to the best engineering schools in the country. And they've taken what they've learned in our program and through the Solar Car Challenge, and through the fact that misery loves company, and you learn a lot of things along the way, to be working engineers and doctors and rocket scientists. So we're super proud of those kids.
So since you've had a team before here, can you give any advice to our teams that are just waiting to start the race? We got delayed here because of rain.
Yeah.
What advice would you give them to look after the next few days?
relax and enjoy the few minutes that you don't have the chaos of the car going around the track. So enjoy the time in the pit. At this point, I'm hoping that nobody has anything they have to get done, and so that you'll be able to let the rain come. Everybody's in the same boat right now. Everybody's batteries are full. Nobody's making critical decisions about whether they run or not. This is a perfect time to relax and enjoy what you're doing. Go talk to other teams.
Great. Well, thank you. Again,
You're
that's
welcome.
Mark Westlake from St. Thomas Academy. Hopefully he'll have another team to bring here next year or the year after that.
Sure, thanks for having me. So.
Sure thing. Bye-bye. All right, so let's see what that weather is doing.
Go to Yo, camera was you? Actually, not that good.
We're on live, guys, so don't stand in front of the
I'm confused. What is the thought process?
For my hat down.
Cassie, do you want to come? Can we have three?
I prefer to just because we're going to do another
Okay.
slot and then the
Okay, so you'll do the second. Okay.
Let me do like a. I'll be here. We'll be at the top. We're going to go live. Let's show off the car. It's going to be good. It'll be great. He's going to let us know what it's time. Awesome.
All right,
remember,
and we are
used to
back
race
to
with
some
you guys.
live coverage
I
and some
remember-
more
yes, like, for
interviews.
fun, like, we were
Next
good
up,
friends.
we
I went to high school in
have
Coppell.
the Plano
Back
Green
then,
team
cross
from
country race.
Plano, Texas.
We hung
Let's
out
go to the
with you guys
pits
whenever-
and see
whenever
how they
you're
are
allowed to
preparing
Purdue and
for
we
their
did.
departure on the track. And here we
So,
go.
we're good. Awesome. Hello, back again in the garage. Still got some rain, so we are still back with some more interviews. Right now, we are with Plano Green team out of Plano, Texas. So, a North Texas local team here. We're having some chats today with Grayson and Iris, who are representing their team today. So we're just going to ask them some questions and get to know them. So first things first, guys. Welcome to the Solar Car Challenge. Hopefully you're excited to be here. You've passed all your safety checks. We're in it for the race. So tell me, are you looking forward to the rest of the race, and what are you looking forward to coming out of the next couple days?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, coming into the race, we were just our one goal was to really just pass scrutineering and pass those rule checks, and so definitely being able to go on the track and race has been just a huge success for us. And so now we're just really excited to go put a couple of miles on our car and just do a couple laps and hopefully have just a ton of fun this rest of the time.
I think that's a really great point you brought up. Scrutineering, which is our word for safety checks. It comes from the idea that we are scrutinizing every little element of the car. And we really do, as judges, we really want to make sure that you guys are staying safe. And scrutineering can be a very difficult process for a lot of teams. So will you guys tell me a little bit about your scrutineering process and maybe what challenges kind of came up for you guys and how you were able to overcome those to be racing this year?
So before we came to race, we already sort of done like our own like pseudo scrutineering before the race, and we went over the checklist in practice before going, and then we could like estimate like which things we were going to work on later and which things we would know for sure that we were going to cross off once we got to the garage here.
Yeah, I would say scrutineering has been a very challenging process for us. We actually built this car in 6 weeks, so we were able to design for the first actually 2 years, but we weren't able to race last year since of COVID. So we basically were able to design and then actually build starting the summer. So that means that we only had 6 weeks to put together this car right here. And with 6 weeks and with such little time, there's definitely going to be some challenges along the way. And so during scrutineering, one of the major things that we did go up against was that we actually had to queue for braking 5 times. So we had to go back to that station over 5 times, and I think it was over 15 attempts that we tried braking. Not because of our actual braking, it was because we couldn't accelerate to the speed that they are asking us to. So.
And now that you're standing here today, good to hear you passed your braking. Braking's always important here on the track. And you mentioned 6 weeks, which is a pretty fast timeline. Most teams out here require a much more amount of time to do that. I'm assuming that COVID kind of had a pretty big impact on shortening that timeline for you guys. Do you want to touch a little bit on some of the challenges there and maybe what that had to do for your team and how you had to kind of maneuver that?
Yes, ma'am. So we're actually an independent team, so no school actually sponsors us. That means that we work out of some guy's suburban garage. So yeah, definitely COVID was something that we had to kind of navigate because we weren't able to go into his house. So we spent, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week for 6 weeks out in his garage, in his front yard, and 100 degrees outside. It was a lot of pain, but definitely COVID pushed back a lot of our time to build, and that's why our time frame for building and construction was definitely lessened. But do you want to add on?
Oh, despite like having only 6 weeks to like build the car itself, we did have a lot of time to plan for our car and already get stuff done and coordinate that before we built this in real life. So we had some preparation. We didn't just jump in the 6 weeks.
That's awesome, and it's a good thing you're touching on preparation and building and testing, and we're talking about running through scrutineering. A lot of these things are common things you hear in the real world and engineering context, right? We prototype, we test, we build over and over. And in what ways do you feel like this experience is kind of propelling that real world engineering experience? Do you feel like this is valuable, getting to kind of see this car? And in a second, we're going to look a little closer up on this car, but I want to hear you talk a little bit about kind of how you feel like this experience has impacted you overall.
Oh yes, man, definitely. We spent over 2 years designing this car as a team, and actually seeing it come to life within these past 6 weeks have been absolutely incredible. A lot of our CAD renditions or 3D modeling have been relatively accurate, and that's really really amazing to see our car go from a computer screen to real life. So yeah.
That's awesome. So talking about that, let's show off the car a little bit. Will you show me some things that you think you're really proud of on this vehicle, parts that you spent extra time on? Let's take a closer look. We see some of your teammates cleaning off those panels, getting ready, hopefully to get out on the track as soon as they can. So walk me through just a little bit of an overview of your vehicle.
Okay, so this is mainly like electrical here with the panels, and over this cover here, you can take a look at our MPPTs and motor controllers, which basically controls like the throttle and the motor moving. For mechanical, you can talk more with Grayson. We also, if you want to see the auxiliary system, it's down there. I'm not sure if your camera guy can get that though. But yeah.
That's awesome. You want to show me some mechanical stuff?
Yeah, so definitely. I guess the main things that you can see right now are the canopy. And actually, one thing I did want to point out was, so first of all, the canopy. It's just whenever the driver gets in, he's able to shoot that forward or backwards, and then he'll hop in like this. And I think one of the main things that I am most proud of on this car is the reclining seat. That's one of the things that we worked on. We were actually able to take an electric wheelchair and replace the reclining function of it, and then just screw in a couple wood boards, and now we have a full functioning reclining seat. And that's probably not the thing that I should be pointing out because I have an entire solar car in front of me, but we have a lot of fun building this car. So
that's awesome. Thank you so much, Grayson. And I think you touched on a fun thing about a lot of these cars, and a lot of these cars have to kind of scrap for things to find and use what you can in a lot of ways. So the innovation out here is really pretty impressive. So I really appreciate you showing me some of your things. I know it's always fun to have your little elements of the car that you really love to work on and you're pretty impressed with. So it's great to hear that. And I see as your team is inspecting your panels and getting ready, I know you're going to be going out to race hopefully as soon as we can and getting out there on the track. How do you expect your car to perform this year? Are you looking forward to the best? I know you're going to try your best and do obviously the best as you can. You can never always know what's going to happen, but obviously with the rain, we're flexible here in Solar Car. So just tell me a little bit about kind of what you're looking forward to with this car and its performance and how your team's going to kind of pull out through the rest of the week.
Yes, ma'am. So we have really high hopes of this car. I mentioned earlier that our original goal was to pass scrutineering, but now that we have passed scrutineering, we've had success. We're really shooting for hopefully winning something or definitely performing the best that we can. So I think in general we're trying to hit 20 miles an hour for the first morning, and then after that we'll check to see the battery voltage, and do a little bit more power management during. But we haven't had much time to test it since we've only had 6 weeks. So technically our first testing it will be actually on the track when we're racing it.
And I I noticed, and Iris, maybe you can walk me through a little bit of this. I noticed kind of in the back there, before we were coming up to your team, you were all huddled around this whiteboard. Looks like you were strategizing, coming up with a plan for maybe the day. Tell me a little bit more about how your team goes through that and kind of how do you guys plan as a team and work together to figure out what you're going to do for the days?
Oh, currently we were assigning in roles on our whiteboard back there. So our driver Zachy would be listed as driver, and we listed down roles like flagger and spotter, so that when we actually get onto the track, everyone knows what they're going to do and plan that out. In the past, we used it for like planning our schedule, like planning out like what things we need to cross off for scrutineering. So yeah, our whiteboard has been really useful throughout this whole process.
I am a checklist kind of gal, so I love a good whiteboard from time to time. So it's always great to see our teams out and working around. Is there anything else you guys would like to say, maybe to your parents at home or anything to say thanks or to support people back home?
Hi, Dad. Thank you so much for the support. I know you're watching this.
I also like to thank our mentors, Ben, Andy, and Chris, who couldn't be here, but who have been helping us throughout this season. Thank you guys for helping us.
Yeah.
It's really awesome. I really appreciate you guys chatting with us. This was Plano Green team, and we're going to be cheering them on as they race as soon as possible in the advanced division. So this is our first advanced division car we're checking out today. So we hope to see them out on the track very soon, and we really appreciate you guys checking in with us. So best of luck for the rest of the race, you guys, and I really appreciate it. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, welcome viewers. The Solar Car Challenge is a little bit rain delayed, and we have a little bit more of delay. Here we have Deputy Race Director William Shee to tell us what's going on right now.
Thanks, Stuart. We were planning to restart at 10 o'clock, but there's still a small amount of rain. We expect that to be dissipating shortly, so we've essentially moved the race start till 10:30 right now. We're hoping that it'll dry up in the next few minutes, let the track dry a little bit, and then we expect the cars to be racing hopefully by 10:30.
Excellent, excellent. All right, you heard that. So tune in at 10:30 to see the start of the race. The car's pulling out onto the track. Thanks, and let's go back to our live track cam and we can watch some rain fall.
right, we're ready. We are here, still in the garage. As an update, it looks like the rain's letting up, so we're pretty hopeful that hopefully sometime soon we'll be back on the track. It is now 10, and we're not out there yet. We extended that weather advisory for just a little while longer. We want things to clear up and dry up a little bit for our teams. Hopefully, I know we're all hopeful. I hope you guys are pretty hopeful that the weather starts clearing up soon. But right now, we are with a brand new team. They're called the Holy Solars, which is a wonderful name, by the way, coming out of Kent, Connecticut. They mentioned they're a boarding school, so they've got kids from all over the place. So they're doing a lot of traveling to get here. And we're really excited to talk to them. So first things first, Holy Solars, you guys are a brand new team, right? We've never seen you before, first time on the track. So I'd love to hear from both of you guys, kind of what your experience has been as a brand new team, figuring out this project. Take me through how it was, some of the challenges, and what it's like to be here now.
Yeah, well, we definitely had to start from like sort of the ground up. So almost everything on this car, we built ourselves. And we actually, at the very beginning, we had some issues with trying to figure out what kind of material the car had to be, just very, very basic sort of stuff. We ended up picking aluminum, which was pretty cool because I got to learn how to weld.
That's awesome.
So we did, weld this entire car. We put everything together. There was definitely a lot of bumps in the road trying to figure out all the basic things that other teams might just, have down. But it was a good experience, I think.
You want to add on to that?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to, the whole build season, scrutineering was very daunting for us, obviously. Reading about teams who took 4 years to pass for the first time. It was a pretty scary experience, but we pushed through, and a lot of the teams really helped us out, which was amazing. I could go over to any team and ask for something that we didn't have, and they would be very willing to help us out. So it was really a great experience.
That's really awesome to hear. It's always wonderful to hear other teams kind of helping each other out and being encouraging. We discussed that a little earlier in the live stream for those of us that have been here for a bit. We did also touch a little bit on scrutineering, and I'm glad you guys touched on that. So for those of us that haven't been listening too long, scrutineering is our safety check procedure to make sure these cars are roadworthy and ready to go, as a way to keep our kids safe and our staff safe and everyone out here, right as rain, with hopefully a lot less of it. So we've gone through our scrutineering. You guys have passed. You're in the race, all is well. Scrutineering typically takes 3 days, and some teams, unfortunately, can't pass, as you mentioned, and it is very difficult. Do you want to touch on maybe kind of what was the hardest part of scrutineering for you, or was it just really intimidating, or what aspects of it do you think were really hard to overcome, and in what ways did you overcome them?
So we actually, I think we had a fairly easy time with it. There was one issue with the brake lights that we had to fix, and that took a little bit of going around to the different auto parts stores and trying to find this very specific switch that we needed to make the brake lights go on in a very specific way. But I think that was really the biggest hurdle we faced. It was definitely pretty intimidating. I mean, they tell you, they're like, oh, you're not expected to pass the stations the first time around or anything. But I think we did pretty well. We finished up yesterday, and it was just a very it was a very smooth process, I think.
Yeah, I'd love to ask, as a new team, if you're looking at other teams out there who are trying to get to the race, who've maybe never been here before, maybe what's a word of advice you would give to teams before they go through their first round of scrutineering?
I would say really use the other teams to your advantage. Everyone, as I said before, everyone's really helpful. You can ask the judges, you can ask other teams here, and just be aware that it's going to be hard. There was some stuff that as a new team we just didn't know. And you just have to accept that and really, put your head down and work and try to get it done before it ends.
That's awesome. I really appreciate you guys' attitude, getting through everything. And like I said, congratulations, you're here. You're in your first race. And I will say, for a first-year team, it's pretty impressive to not have too many crazy hiccups. So kudos to you guys for building a really solid car. Speaking of that car, we'd love to take a little bit of a look at it. I know some of our live stream attendees would love to see some stuff. So would you guys mind me maybe walking through some of your favorite parts of the car, some interesting things you guys worked on, maybe some fun things that might be unique, and tell me a little bit about how it was?
Okay. So I think the flashiest part of the car is the wheels. You can see they're pretty shiny and big here, but at first we were using bicycle wheels, and they tended to bend around and not be as strong as we were wanting them to be. And so we went online and we got some solid aluminum billet wheels. And they didn't quite fit our hubs or anything, so one of my dad's friends owns this aluminum canning place, and they had a mill there, and so I catted it all. I sent it over to them. I went over there, and we got it all machined out, and I think they look pretty snazzy.
I like the snazzy. I love that. That's awesome. How about you? What are some things for the car for you?
For me, it would really be the chassis. That was one of the things that we spent the most time on. Obviously, we used aluminum, which not a lot of cars here actually use. It's very difficult to weld. Kudos to Emily for learning how to weld and doing it so well. And yeah, it took a lot of cutting, a lot of changing our original plan. So just getting that done and having a really solid foundational chassis was really a highlight for me.
That's really awesome to hear, you guys. Your panels look nice and clean. Are you guys ready to get on the track, assuming this race delay is over and we're ready to get going? You guys feel prepared for the day?
We're definitely prepared. We read over everything, and I think we're mentally prepared for sure.
That's awesome. So as we're talking, I heard you said you were talking about welding, and you're doing that. Now, I will say, a female welder is very impressive. I mean, maybe I'm going to rag on you a little bit, maybe I'll embarrass you, but I think that's pretty awesome. Did you ever think you would learn how to weld? Is that something you walked into high school thinking you'd know how to do?
I did not. So we were trying to figure out the material for the car, and we were trying to choose between steel and aluminum, and we were looking at the numbers, and we were like, aluminum's so light. And we had someone who in the faculty at the school that could weld steel, but I was like, I'll learn how to do it. So it was like right there, and I decided. And over winter break, I got a welder, and I practiced, and when we got back, put the car together, I guess.
That is, it's really incredible. And for those of you that are a little unfamiliar with the Slow Car Challenge, these students build these cars from scratch themselves. So everything you see here is student built, and it's really incredible. I was a past racer myself, but I still am astounded to see what teams come up with and what these students can do. And I think on that note, just talking about the things you learn from this thing. I mean, you're building a car, you're doing this. Not many high school students out there can say they've built and raced their own solar car, right? Kind of a unique deal. So tell me kind of what skills you feel like this is providing you, and was it worth it, spending all this time on this car? And how do you feel as a student who's successfully here this year?
Just to start, it was definitely worth it. If you have the opportunity to start your own team, for us, we are the founding members. So if you have the opportunity, I would definitely say go for it. It's going to take a lot of work for sure, a lot of hours, but I mean the result is here for itself. We built a car, and I'm going to actually drive in it and race it. Speaking on some skills I learned, a lot of machining skills I never knew about. I worked a lot on the electrical, so all of these fuses, amps, learning what a watt means even. You really learn a lot about it, and it's not a lot like learning in the classroom. And I really enjoy working hands-on, so just having that hands-on experience and really being able to see that you can create something as great as a car is just amazing, so definitely worth it.
That's awesome. And as I'm kind of looking, I'm seeing your car. I'm going to step next to you real quick. We're looking at everything. We got it going. And remind me again, what year are you guys in high school currently?
We both just graduated.
Yeah.
See, just graduated. So are you guys pursuing college education? Are you going forward with that? Do you guys want to share a little bit about your future plans, and maybe did this have any impact on what your interests are and where you want to see yourself in the future?
Well, I'm going to be a biomed major at UT Austin, and engineering is definitely something that I've always sort of wanted to do. And I don't think this caused my love of engineering, but it's definitely a part of it.
I'm going to be at Rice University, also pursuing a biomedical engineering degree. I think I want to work in more of the mechanical side of it, so prosthesis, bionics, stuff like that. And I always knew I wanted to do engineering, but just being able to do this really furthered and cemented my interest in that.
That's really awesome to hear, you guys, and I'm glad you got to be a part of this experience right before you graduate. I know that it can be a really defining part of your high school career. And you must be some pretty bright students if you're going into biomedical engineering, so best of luck there, and I'm sure you're going to do some really great things. So as we move forward, I know we're racing, we're about to get out there hopefully as soon as we can, and I'm sure they're checking out the track, and I know we wish you guys the best of luck, and all of us out here are cheering you on, and we do love the name Holy Solars. So if anything, that's enough to cheer on, and I can't wait to be a part of that with all you guys. Is there anything else you guys want to say? Any thank yous you want to give people back home that may be watching, or I guess here back home that may be watching for some of us? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Honestly, just thanks to anyone who supported us. There's a large group of people that, you know, came together and helped us out because, you know, some things were very last minute. It was a crunch for time for sure. But, you know, like the aluminum canning place, like a couple of my dad's friends came in and, you know, mentored us a little bit. And I just want to say thanks to anyone who was a part of that.
Yeah, there were a lot of people and parts that had to go into finishing this and getting it done before we came here. So I just want to thank everyone who supported me. And thank you, Ken, for being able to support us on this journey.
Thank you guys so much. We look forward to it, and we'll be hopefully, like I said, cheering you guys on the track soon. Let's all hope for some clear weather as we move forward. But I really appreciate you guys. This was the Holy Solars from up in Connecticut and Kent. So we really appreciate it, you guys, and hopefully we'll see everybody again soon. Thank you. Bye.
All right, we are back and we are getting prepared here for the actual start of the Solar Car Challenge. I have Mackenzie Becker here, who is a volunteer, a former racer, an engineering student at Purdue, amongst many other things. She's a very remarkable woman and helping us with the media. You might have seen her earlier in our broadcast as she's interviewing teams. Anyway, she's indispensable in these first couple of days that we've known her, and will continue to be. So anyway, the race is about to begin. Mackenzie, fill us in what has happened, what's going to happen. Give us a play-by-play.
Sure thing. So finally the race is starting. We've been, have a lot of anticipation in the garages. Some of you guys have seen some of the teams preparing. We're all looking forward to it. So traditionally, the race normally works. We get ready for the lineup. Yes. We want all the cars out on the track, and we do put them all out on the track at the same time. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that they're lined up correctly. So currently, the starting order is actually somewhat random. When the teams first came and they checked in, they pulled a number, and that number became their garage bay, and it also became their starting order. So for this first day, we're starting with garage bay number 1 and going all the way down the list. So number 1 this year is Staten Island, so they will be the first ones out on the track and the first car that you see. Moving forward after that, it'll be based on how many laps the cars have, but for today, it's purely random. And what we do is we line up those cars in that exact order, and we release them every minute since the start of the race. So it's looking like we're going to be starting at 10:30. So Staten Island's going to leave at 10:30, and then the next team that's coming up is going to be 10:31. And we're going to keep releasing them until they're all out on the track, hopefully with no problems, and keep moving from there. And then it'll be the beginning of the race, and all the cars will be out, and we'll be cheering them on from there.
Great. So when you've been going through the pits, have you seen everybody checking and double checking and triple checking their cars?
Of course. Teams are always antsy on the first day. We're excited to get out there, but we're also worried about anything going wrong because it's the first time out on the track. We don't want these teams to have anything go wrong, and hopefully nothing will. But you always got to be prepared for everything in Solar Car. We have to be very flexible here. And it's exciting to see the teams get excited for their first day out. We do have a handful of brand new teams this year, so it'll be their first times out doing this, so we're excited to support them as they learn and kind of grow and get better amongst all these veteran teams that we have. So it'll be exciting to see how they perform once they're out there on the track. But teams have been getting ready. We've got our judges with them going through beginning safety checks to make sure they have everything set up and ready to get started.
Well, great. So they can still hear us on the audio there, and we got a little live footage going on from our A camera. You can see that we have all the cars lining up here. They're getting ready to go out there on the track. And so we are going to switch over to our live cameras that are trackside to get the action. Again, in about 7 minutes, the checkered flag will go down and our cars will actually begin the race. So great. Stay tuned. We'll see you there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
He said I can take the microphone and try to get up close and personal to the audio. He also reminded me to check to make sure the little audio button toy was on.
It's on.
Thank you very much. So we are 55 seconds from race start.
I thought we were like on the line lining up.
Ooh. 30 seconds. Good luck, Staten Island. When y'all turn back up here, I know this is a race start. Would y'all try to do a little distancing over there? I sure would appreciate it. Thank you. Car number 2 is from All Saints Episcopal School in Fort Worth. It's a new car. They are moving up to the advanced division. Lyle, how many years have we been doing this?
Counting the time we judge, I guess 9.
14, 13, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, All Saints. Please come on up. Our next team, called the Holy Solars, is from Kent, Connecticut. So you opted to wear a helmet. That's your choice. Good for you. Be careful to watch your, because, you know, you get, oh, you're down to 15 seconds. Holy Solars, you are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good Good luck, Kent. Please come on up. Our next team is from Prosper. This is the Prosper Classic Division.
Push all the way around the track.
You got 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Prosper. Our next team is also from Prosper. This is the new Cruiser Division.
Should we have a special fire drill where everybody jumps out and runs around the car?
Well, your brake on.
Okay, let go of the car.
Everybody, let's go.
Oh, you're high enough that I have to stretch down. Actually, I'm just encouraging you by being down. Okay, we've got 15 seconds. Okay, you've got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Prosper.
Cruiser class. Good luck, Prosper.
What do you mean you're not doing? We have to back out now. We have to back out. We need to get it out of the way. Get out of the way. Push it back. You need to push the tire. Go back. Hey, turn around and go back. Hey, turn it. Next car, give them a little bit more room.
Kentucky, could you move back just a little bit so that the other team can move out of the way? Kentucky, please move on up. You're almost ready to start right now.
Further. You need to get out of the way.
Kentucky, just keep on driving. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Please, drive on through.
Plano, 15 seconds.
Our next team is Plano. You've got now 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Plano. Green team.
Clear the way.
Flagger, go away. Thank you. You've done a fine job. Fine job. Our next team is Raisbeck Aviation. Come on up here. All the way up to him. Try to knock him out. Okay. Now let go and let the car do its thing. Let go of the car. You must be Joseph. All right. We have Joseph from Raisbeck Aviation, and you've got all of 12 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, one, good luck, Washington State. Our next team is a new team also from Kentucky. We call the Wasp Team, Women's Air Service Patrol. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, this team is an all-girls team. Okay, we got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Our next team is North Tampa.
Taylor, there's a young lady with a camera over there. Would you ask her to come talk to me? Right over there? Yeah. How are you doing? You ready? Good to see you. I need to talk to you. Are you filming this?
Yeah.
Why? You don't have my permission.
It's time for you to go. Please go. All right. Good luck, Tampa. Good luck, killer. There you go. You're off to go.
Put it on.
There you go. You ready to go?
Close cockpit. One's enough. Go. Move out, Emma. One's enough.
All right, Kevin. You've got 20 seconds. Kevin, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Coppell Christian. Next team is from Michigan. Heroes Alliance. Let's hear it for Heroes. You feel strongly about that, didn't you?
Yes! Absolutely!
Good for you. 30 seconds.
All right, team, let's get it.
Okay, you need back so that they can start from the beginning. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Heroes Alliance. Next up is Raisbeck High School from Davie, Florida. It looks like a full car now. Yeah. All right, you have 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, team. Good luck. Next up is Lisa Academy. I can see the clock. Sure. Thank you. 15 seconds. You were just perfectly positioned. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Lisa. Iron Lions Electric. Four, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Iron Lions. Fifteen seconds. You take care of this new car now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Iron Lion. Watch out behind you.
All right, to the line. Flagger your.
Next up is Wiley East.
Stop.
Congratulations. How many years have you and I been doing this?
Quite a while.
It has been, Ed. All good. All good. 20 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Wiley.
Go, go, go! Okay, Flagger, you're good. Yeah. Thank you.
William, do you have that one? You have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, Shine Runner. Okay. Need to push him back.
Up. All right, try the next move. And then let them. So you're gonna back out left.
Prosper, come on up and you're ready to just go ahead and drive onto the track.
Okay.
Go ahead and drive.
keep going in there.
Are you driving through? Stop here. Stop here. Yeah, just stop. What's your intention? Okay. So you're gonna go to the alternate exit and go out. Okay. Go ahead. Swim through. 16 exit path.
I've got one more car starting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get her out there. Sorry? I'm gonna move out there.
You're gonna move out there? Yeah. Okay.
All right, so the cars are out and on the track. Looks like one of them had a little bit of trouble there, and they are working on their technical difficulties. But the race has begun. we're going to keep our live feed on the track to get some car action. And then in a few moments, we are going to have Mackenzie back here to go over what just happened and tell us how everything's going for the teams, what kind of problems they had, what they had to overcome, and what to expect. So we will see you back shortly. Oh, looks like we got one more latecomer here. They have fixed their problems. Let's go back to that and see what we got. Looks like that was the Coppell team, and they're finally out of the gate. Good job.
There are 2 support vehicles on the track.
All right, so that was quite a start to the Solar Car race here, the Solar Car Challenge 2021 at the Texas Motor Speedway. All right, so Mackenzie, what is going on? What do we see there? We see a car broken down. I'm going to switch to our live feed here.
Yeah, so from the looks of it, I think that would be Iron Line's electric vehicle. Looks like they're at a full complete stop on the track, which can be pretty dangerous for other cars as they're coming around passing them. So we're sure to see a caution on that straight. Potentially, we may be needing to get that car off the track, so that team may be needing to get a support vehicle to pull it off. It's hard to know sometimes why a car may stop. Sometimes we won't know till we get the car back in. So we'll have to see how that resolves itself, because we don't want a dangerous situation potentially for other vehicles.
Right. Okay. So I see. So it looks like maybe there's a caution going there. Nobody's passing each other. They're all in the row. Is that correct? That would typically be our procedure. In the instance where a car would break down, of course, safety is our biggest concern for both the people in the vehicle that is broken down as well as all the vehicles coming around. So when we pull a caution, we say, please don't pass anybody. Keep it relatively slower, all the way up until the caution from the beginning of whatever section that is. So if they're broken down on the front straight, you will start maybe in certain zones of the front straight. You'll slow down, stop passing, that yellow flag procedure you see in other races. And then once you've passed that caution, you're feel free to continue to pass and resume racing as usual. So it looks like we might be getting a support vehicle out there as we speak to help load that car up on the trailer and pull it off to hopefully diagnose whatever's going on. We've practiced a lot of these procedures, so hopefully this should go smoothly for the team. I see our judges out there to help make sure that everything runs smoothly. It's a rough start.
Day one is always interesting. Cars, the first time out on the track for a lot of cars, you're trying out everything for the first time full swing. So we're always expecting something to go wrong. Honestly, you'd rather have it go wrong the first day than the last day, when you can really, put the pedal to the metal on your car and push it. Right. So hopefully these are the kind of things that teams can fix to be able to get out there as quickly as possible.
Right. Well, great. So I think I saw one other car get pushed back into the gates there. So we had one other breakdown?
We haven't had any other breakdowns that I'm aware of full on the track. When we start the race, sometimes you'll see cars unable to start officially, so you'll have a missed start. Okay. Basically, the race rules state that you pull your car up to that starting line, all hands off the car, and the car should be able to drive off of its own power, no pushing, no nothing, to keep it safe. And if cars can't perform that action, we have to pull them back and make sure that other teams still have a chance to be able to go accordingly. And let them get out on the track later once they've diagnosed what's going on.
Well, I guess that's what it's all about. It's all about having problems and having to overcome those problems. That's why it's called a challenge.
Yes, exactly. It would be called the Solar Car Easy if it wasn't challenging. So it looks like we've got another car behind them. I'm hoping that that's not another breakdown and simply them waiting to let the other team go. So this is interesting. That's actually a different car than the one we saw previous.
Yes. Okay,
looks like we've got two breakdowns
going
on actively.
Now we're back. Yep.
Everything's always busy at the Solar Car Challenge.
Oh man. All right. Well, we're just going to keep having some live coverage of this, and then later on we are going to start posting some stats. So after the cars have done a couple laps, tune back in, and you'll be able to see the progress of the cars, who's in the lead in this exciting race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. So just to let you know what's going on here, Mackenzie is able to identify the cars by sight.
We're working on it. Sometimes when you spend multiple days with these cars, you start to get familiarized. So as we said, we've got Iron Line's electric car. They're loading up on the track on our other cam. Here they are. They're hopping out, getting the drivers out. Looks like everyone's staying safe to get that car back up on. Once they've got the car loaded, the chase vehicle should exit the track, so hopefully they can get out of Dodge and in a place where they can diagnose the car. On our other camera, though, it looks like we have some more issues, which is never a good sign in solar car racing. I see a front car that's currently getting loaded onto their chase vehicle. I'm having a hard time seeing exactly which car it is from this angle, but hopefully we'll find out as they go around. I believe, yeah, and it looks like we have a secondary car in that same shot that's also fully stopped. We haven't confirmed that it's a full breakdown yet, but once we see that chase vehicle go out, we know for sure that that's what's happening here.
All right, so we're monitoring those cars on the track. It looks like everybody's driving very safely. They have the safety crew there. And there you can see everything going on. There we go.
Got a flagger out, flagging. Doing a good job.
Doing a good job. Got good form.
Good form.
Good form.
Always got to have a good flag
Yeah.
form.
Kind of a
Very
nice,
important.
kind of a figure 8.
Yeah, he's got a nice swivel going.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good flag right there.
Always. Always good to see. So it looks like Iron Line's electric car's trailer was able to remove itself from the track, and it's now coming around to come in. So it looks like Iron Lines is getting off the track. We still have the other 2 cars broken down on the track, potentially. We are unconfirmed with that second one, and we're keeping an eye on everything.
Yep, there he goes.
That is, I believe, Shine Runner's car that we're looking at here. Shine Runners has been a team for quite a long time, actually. It's interesting when a car pulls into this area of the track. A number of things can happen. Sometimes we do radio checks to make sure that our drivers can hear us correctly, to make sure that they're staying safe out there. Sometimes you forget a water bottle. You want to make sure your drivers are hydrated correctly.
It looked like they had left something attached to the solar panels that they had forgotten
yeah.
to remove.
Sometimes you have a bolt loose, something you want to check out on the car to make sure things are running correctly. That's a good spot to check it. Traditionally, the solar car rule is when you pull into that area of the track, you have 2 minutes to figure out anything that's wrong, to change drivers, potentially to do anything you need. After those 2 minutes are up, if you're still needing to fix your car, you have to pull it off the track. If not, you got to go. So it looks like that was a pretty quick pit stop, which is normally the way we like to do things here.
Oh, we got someone else coming out here. Here we go. Hey, they're back in.
Yeah.
Nice. Interesting. I guess we can interview those guys in the pits in a little while and see what was going on and what was their delay. Oh, there we go. All right.
It's been a busy morning so far.
It's a busy morning. We had some rain, a couple breakdowns, but at least 2 of them looks like they're back on the road. So that's excellent. So let's see. Let's go back to our track cam here and see who's going to be coming around today.
You were talking about how it's funny when you can identify certain teams. Like that team is one of 2 teams, and without a closer inspection, I can't tell which of the 2, but I know which 2 it might be. And it's interesting, the shapes and sizes of these different cars and what they may look like, and how different so many of them look. It really it's kind of crazy to see the different shapes and sizes of these vehicles.
curious, are there any defending champs here at the track?
So we do have some highly competitive teams this year. Every year we see it in the different divisions that they race in. So we got to remember that every team is only racing against the other division members of their division. So just because one car is going super fast doesn't necessarily mean that it's beating the car that's next to it, because the car that's next to it might actually be in an entirely different division. So that's always something you got to remember. But the really, really fast cars we've been seeing around the track recently are typically in the advanced division of the Solar Car Challenge. The biggest thing with the advanced division is just that they have a little bit more wiggle room in terms of what technology they're allowed to use, mostly more expensive things. A lot of them have lithium-ion batteries opposed to the lead acid that the classic divisions are required to use. Their solar panels can be more efficient, and so on. They can use hub motors. These things make the cars go a lot faster, so naturally they're more competitive in nature.
It looks like we have the car that had broken down is being brought in on the trailer now.
Yeah, it's good to see that everyone's coming off safely. And hopefully we'll see them enter the track soon once they figure out what's wrong. Traditionally, Iron Lion's electric car is actually one of the first place winners of the electric division traditionally. So they have a really good car. But with COVID happening, a lot of these teams unfortunately had the result of a lot of their older members and members of the team who built the car and are experienced graduate. And they've had younger members that have had to step up, which is always great. But when you lose that year of training and mentoring, it can be hard to kind of know the ins and outs of your vehicle the same way and how to smoothly operate the way that teams can, and I've seen.
Right, yeah, with COVID has really hit everybody hard, and there's definitely a lot of lost knowledge that didn't get passed down over the past year.
Yeah, and like I said, that's affected a lot of our competitive teams and our reigning champs that you'd say. Speaking of Iron Lions, they are in the advanced division as well, and they actually just built a brand new car this year that they just unveiled, and it looks really pretty, let me tell you. And a couple of the advanced cars look really pretty. The three big advanced cars, we'll have to see how they do. There's three that tend to go pretty quickly, and then some new up-and-coming advanced teams, we'll have to see how they perform.
All right, here we got cars coming in the pits here.
Looks like that was Plano's Green team. We talked to Plano earlier today. So we'll have to see. They're an advanced team this year as well, running with some more powerful technology that you got to be careful with, because more things can go wrong when you're dealing with things that require more knowledge to work with. Looks like Wasp's team. Wasp team is an all-female team this year.
Oh, nice. Sorry, you're saying the Wasp team is what?
An all-females team.
Oh,
team made up
nice.
entirely of women.
Nice.
We've been seeing some really good stuff in their car. It's the first time they've ever raced actually in this race. They have a partner team, the boys team, and they've raced with us before, but we don't see them this year. We see Wasp. So really, really good car. They've went through scrutineering fairly well, and it'll be interesting to see how they compete their first year. But their car looks like it's doing well. I enjoy the American flags hanging off the back of them, trying to keep in the happy spirit first day of the race. Hopefully, whatever they're in for the pit for won't take them too long.
Right. Looks like we have a little action out here, maybe a trailer coming up. Let's see if you recognize this team. Who is this?
Okay, I want to say from behind, and I will verify this is from behind. So we're doing our best guess. I want to say this appears to be potentially Prosper's electric team, if I recognize the car correctly. We have also spoken to Prosper this morning, so we've talked to a couple of these teams.
It looks like a three-wheel design there.
Yeah, it is a three-wheel design, and it's interesting because cars are allowed to do 3 or 4, and they both have different trade-offs between them. Oftentimes, the three-wheel vehicles they're lighter because you have less weight, but they can be harder to stabilize. It's hard to do align the wheels and do these things that can really pull back the capability of your vehicle in terms of speed and efficiency if not done correctly. So you see kind of a handful of which teams prefer to use.
So you might have seen right there, we just had a little guidance on how to do flagging. Apparently the flagging was not quite extravagant enough.
You got to make sure teams recognize and see the caution. I do also have a correction. I checked on it, and I think I was incorrect about saying that was Crossbred. I think that might be KCAL. So we'll have to see as they come around. They have some similar looking designs from the back, you know?
Yes.
Traditionally, when you look at solar cars, just for those of us that are unfamiliar, you have the tabletop design where the panels are up above, and you have the flat top design where the panels are kind of sitting with you. So those tabletop cars, sometimes you start to see some similarities between them, but differences from the sides and then the front once you're in the car. So those tabletop cars, gotta watch for that.
Oh, it looks like we got a car coming in the pits here. Another one. Here we go.
I believe that was Shine Runners, which we saw earlier in their quick pit stop. So they might still be having some hanky stuff going on.
I like that design. Looks like a very sleek, mean-looking vehicle there.
So it looks like they pulled into the pit stop area. So again, they should have about 2 minutes to decide what the plan is and figure out what they need to do.
Is that what they have? Is there a time limit that they can sit in the pits?
Yes, they have 2 minutes for them to be
trackside?
Yeah, trackside. They've got 2 minutes to be on the side there, and they're also only allowed to have 2 members of their team outside of the flagger and the person driving to be able to diagnose or go out there or do whatever they need to do.
And then they have to decide if they keep driving or if they pull in to fix it, right?
A lot of times you see similar rules in NASCAR races and other racing competitions. So we follow as to the mark as we can to make this an authentic racing experience.
And let's go back to our camera on the track. It looks like they are picking up their cones and getting ready to bring the car in for maintenance. Good form on the flag.
Good form on the flag. Yeah,
much improved.
Oh yeah. We can't all be genius flaggers. I know I would need some coaching on the flagging side. So looks like Shine Runners is still in the pit. Not sure on that 2-minute time slot here to see what they're about to do. They're about to release them or go back in.
And they're heading back into the
Looks like
race.
they're still driving.
Nice.
Traditionally, when a team goes into pit like that, assuming they're still able to keep driving of their own power, they will still get credit for that lap that they completed.
Nice.
So as long as the car is driving of its own power, its own will, if you will, they still should get lap for completing that, even though they drove into pit.
Nice. Now, these cars, are they constantly communicating with their teams? How do they communicate?
Well, they definitely should be. It's always good to keep a streamline of communication. You know, too much, too little. There's a nice little balance. Every team's different. Typically, the biggest lines of communication you want is in your car with your driver. The biggest one is you're making sure things are going okay, right? The first time, then really usually if something goes wrong, the first person to notice is the one driving the vehicle. So they got to be the one to communicate with the rest of their team if something's happening, or maybe they need water, or something sounds loose, or anything of that nature. Outside of the driver itself, you probably want to have a radio maybe with your captain or some kind of authoritative figure on your team back in pit to coordinate and schedule anytime anything happens. So a lot of times the pit will sit there and inform the judges when anything's going to happen. Like with Shine Runners, when they came into the pit, we said, hey, it's time to go pit side, and you need to have that communication flow pretty smoothly.
It looks like they're coming in here.
That looks like our cruiser car this year.
Oh no. So once again, the cruiser car is a new class, and it is a passenger vehicle. It has up to 4 seats, and you get points that get multiplied by the number of people that you have passengers. Is that correct?
Correct. The cruiser is a brand new division. That's actually the first cruiser car we've ever seen.
Okay.
Which prevent potentially a lot of challenges. The idea is we kind of had like a solar SUV. We want to push for that more realistic approach to solar cars. So this is our attempt of making a traditional vehicle with 4 seats.
So how does scoring work?
Right.
Isn't that different?
It is different. We recognize that adding a lot more people adds a lot more weight, and therefore is a pretty big disadvantage to a vehicle. So what we do is every single person sitting in that vehicle is multiplied by the number of laps that they are able to complete with those people in that vehicle. So you complete 1 lap and you have 4 people, you've actually completed 4 laps.
Nice.
Yes, so it can work out really well in your favor assuming you strategize correctly.
That's right. I guess it depends on your efficiency. If you're more or less efficient with all that weight, they ought to be taking as light as a passenger as possible. Is that right?
Yeah, well, we actually have a rule about how heavy each passenger must be. That way it keeps it fair across all ways. That way, you don't have cruiser cars just try to find a bunch of toothpick freshmen and stick them in the car. Keep it fair for everybody. So each passenger must weigh at least 160 pounds or they have to ballast themselves. Now, if you're over that, you're good. You don't have to cut off anything. But you do typically want to hit as close to that 160 as possible if you want to go for that strategy.
Right. Excellent. Well, it'd be interesting to see how that car plays out over the course of the next few days. And all right, it looks like all of our action has mostly dissipated. The cars have all been brought off on the track. Nice. Well, I think we're going to leave this live stream running. We can see some of these cars that are still moving. Oh, here we go. There's one more coming off track side. But please come back to see us soon. Again, we're going to have our next interview with the team is at what time?
Currently, we're scheduled for 2:30. 2:30. Permitting weather and everything. We appreciate everyone being flexible with us this morning with the weather delay. So currently, we've got a 2:30. We should still be scheduled for a nice big media picture all together as teams. So that's currently the plan, but we will, of course, be flexible if needed.
All right. So if you want to see more teams up close and learn about their trials and tribulations today, 2:30 is the time to be here, and then also every half hour on the half hour we will be interviewing teams. So starting 2:30, join us for some more behind the scenes looks, and thank you for watching, and we're just going to leave it here with the live track coverage.
Be advised, there is a screwdriver in turn 4.
Okay, I'm moving my camera now, so I'm going to be offline.
Yes, how do I get underneath?
Is that what you want, Mr. Mayor? Okay, there you are. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Cars aren't going to be going on the track, so that's more accurate. Cars that are on the track. Cars that are on the track are all being pulled off one time. So, yeah, so once you have that locked off, so you can come on back to back to the... You want me to come back as well?
The only thing is that camera's not covered. So, what is this?
That's a weather thing. Leave it.
Okay.
Pick her up, Taylor. No more. All right, hey, let up on the accelerator. We're pushing up here. All right?
I want to help with the pushy push. I'm sorry.
All right, here we are in the studio, and we have a little action going on. The cars are being pulled off the track for Media Day. We have a bunch of local media that are coming out, newspapers, television stations, whoever is interested, and they're interviewing teams. Cars are being pulled off the track so they can be photographed. Mackenzie, what's going on?
Yeah, so one of our big claim to fame and our favorite moments of the race is we tend to get a big picture of all the cars that are racing all together in one giant photo. You probably have seen it if you've gone to our website at solarcarchallenge.org. It's a big tradition every year that we take. So we actually line up all the cars together, all in one big shot, so we can get a big picture of all of them. And that's part of currently what the cars are lining up to do. All the classic cars are coming off. They typically have to take a lunch break. Classic cars are required to come off starting at noon, plus the delta time of their start time, in order that we saw them enter the track. And then they start a 2-hour lunch break that they're required to take, whereas the advanced cars and the cruiser cars don't have to take their cars off.
Okay. Well, nice. Yeah, so the cars are coming off, and we are going to go visit them out here while they're charging and talk to some teams shortly. But before we do that, we wanted to answer some questions. Mackenzie, we got some questions from the YouTube feed?
We did. One of our questions that came in that I thought was a pretty interesting one to talk about was, obviously we had rain this morning, and currently it's overcast. So what does that do for a solar car team? Obviously solar is kind of a big important part of these cars. And for those of you that are maybe a little unfamiliar, you know, and you can see the skies outside right now. We're not pure sunshine. We do still get energy through overcast. Solar panels can pick up some stuff, but by no means is it the same amount of energy that you'd be getting from a beautiful cloudless sky, full sun rays. So it's going to be interesting to see how these cars take that challenge. Mm-hmm. We've seen a few cars, and you've seen a few cars so far flying through the track, going real fast, doing great looking. The question is, can they keep up that speed and still have the power to do so if they're not going to get the returns they normally are expecting to get with sun?
Okay. Now, the race ends at 5, right?
Yes.
But the sun doesn't go down until about 8:30 or so. Are the cars allowed to charge until the sun goes down?
So the way it works for most teams, and they're consistently charging to some degree, but when you're pulling the car on the track, you're not, there's not an equal give and take there. So we're constantly draining energy. But in the very beginning of the day, when the garages first open, before the race starts, the first thing most teams do is run out, pull their cars outside, and set it to charge. During this lunch hour, you're going to see most of these classic cars also charging. They're going to take the time during this media day to get some sun in. And then at the end of the day, they pull their cars off. And like you mentioned, they will set them up. And a lot of teams, you'll see, they actually will tilt their car or tilt their array so that they know when the sun changes and comes up, they can get it to the best angle to get the most sun they can.
Maximum angle there to get the most sun on the array. Nice.
Yeah. So we will probably see some teams try to utilize this lunch break to replenish a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see how fast cars are going at the end of the day.
All right, great. So give us about 10, 15 minutes here and tune back in, and we're going to be walking around and visiting with some of the teams while they're charging, doing their media spiel. All right, great. Thank you very much, and we'll catch you then.
All right, your mic is live now too for a little after.
People from the other garage, if you're going to be in the picture, we need your car over here now.
steadily as I can. Not really set up to do.
If they can't get the car over here, William, if they can't get the car over here, maybe we ought to just get the teams out there and plug a hole. Those of you that are in the car garage over there, if you can't get your car over here, bring your team over here at least for the picture.
the last car.
Yeah, it's got to come on up. It's got to come on up.
Sorry, you guys go this way. Follow William. Sorry.
What do you want to do? Stand out in the front. Hey, Ronnie? How much the angles was on? Up front here.
Good. I think have a little less. I can get this.
How far can I go? Can I put it right here? Okay, we'll make it work. Wait, that's too. You're gonna have to get the right side of your car right here. So you're gonna have to go back and then reline up. You have to go back and reline up. I want the right of your car right here.
Hard right, hard right. Hard right, all right. Alright, he's a left. We're trying to parallel.
Start turning now.
Well,
Just follow me, follow me. It's okay. Okay, now back and a little to the left a little bit. We're not going that far. Go crank the left. Okay, come back. Stop. Right there. That's good. You mean that yeah, I want these two aligned. Oh boy! If you want to try to lift it, I have no problem with that, or you can back and go forward. We're working on that, but everything else. But Iron Line 13. And it's almost like Hey, you're gonna want to get him. You're gonna go back. And then I mean, where did you want staff? Go ahead and announce. Perfect. Right there, right there. Where do you want staff? Behind the front five? Behind this set, of course, but the teams are going to be there. The teams are going to be there. Okay, got it. So, team members, did I? Well, hold on, let's get started. Let me see. Wouldn't that cover the car? Wouldn't that cover the car?
No, not from up here. If you guys, the pavement's not hot today. If you guys can slide down the front of your car, we will put all the staff in the next row back there. Wrap around the
Always.
Yeah.
Gotta be behind my foot. This line, right? All right, go behind this line.
Too much work. This line right there.
Cesar, quick, yes, fine. Oh, it's Cesar. That's the line. The line is right there. Not fast enough. Where are they? Don't know. Just look around. What do you need?
I'm sure it's sick. There's room here, you want We have 10 seconds.
Don't use 8 amps. Not 8 amps. Don't use 13. Use 23. I was on 23 the whole time. Pedal down. No, it's not. That's 62%.
I know, but you.
I don't want to block you out. That's no more about me. You want to take it closer to the girl.
I got you points. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bro, because I popped off.
Roddy, you need to take the picture.
Speed demon, like a god.
Here, let's kind of. Oh yeah, here, let's switch it up a little and get this camera.
Where's my jug? I need my jug.
My judge vanished.
All right, so we just had a nice little break there, took some team pictures. Again, media day, we have a couple cameras out there, some local news stations, but now it's time for some of the cars to get back on the track. Now, the advanced division can immediately start racing again and start getting in some laps. However, the classic divisions are required to stay here in charge and cannot get back on the track till 2, I think maybe 2:30 today. So we're going to see what's going on here and get some cars coming out. So again, this will be advanced division cars that are leaving the track. And here we go.
not driving off on that car. Okay. Yeah.
I know. So I.
Make sure it has full fuel tank. Best full fuel. Guys, we might want to turn this off on the charge. So we need to do these. Why are we not doing that?
No, that's not happening. You're not putting any cell phones in there. No.
No, first
Don't
of all,
do that. Over, that's just not happening. I know, and it was the most painful thing.
and it also worked. Distract Jeffrey while driving every 2 seconds.
Or you just not ask for 2 seconds.
Yeah, that is
Really cool. I mean, you realize you don't need it, but sure. You guys are so hard stuck on it. I guess I can't change it for you. Let's go back to our bag. Let's go back to our bag. Come on. Mike.
Jeffrey, we gotta get out of here.
I don't know where she's are.
Because we have like 2 minutes for the thing. Oh.
Hop in, see if that's a good night.
Do you know where he is?
No, this isn't gonna work.
Clearly, it's not because it looks amazing.
It's amazing.
No way. Let's get the one. That's it. One and done. One and done. Should have been ready. You're always on the phone.
Do something if you feel like. Do something if you like. Would you like a crab? All right. Something cute. Like this.
Ben is really opposed to this. Yo, we have to go. Start playing. It's here yet. What?
Hey, let's make sure he's got fresh water in there.
Wait, which one is that? Is that Rock?
Yo,
That's Ross,
can you get us all water?
Is Iron Lion over there?
What? Can you get a water?
Can I get a water?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not water.
For Cesar. What do you do? He doesn't have one.
Yes, he does.
He needs a fresh one
Ben,
for the
where's
car.
Cesar? What?
Where's my best friend?
No pass best. I don't know how this is. Very well. Pull the truck out. I know, it's really ready. Not staying with the driver's ready. That's what I'm saying. Where's Cesar? Yeah, Cesar, you ever heard of him?
We might just not know this.
Iron Lion is out there, Cesar. You're
3 minutes left, dude. Oh, did you dry that water bottle?
There's a amount of water that got into the car that didn't show me out.
Yeah, but let's not. Like that.
Around the other side, around the other side. Yo, jog out of the way. Jog out of the way.
Here.
You guys don't need telemetry that bad. I'm sorry, but if the driver can see the monitor, it's fine. You guys don't need it that bad. Backlight? Okay. I mean, you don't need a backlight either. I was fine without it.
He already had one. Like I told everyone he did, and then they go, no, go get one for him. And then I was like, no, he has one. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
After spotting, I don't get it.
Make sure you're strapped in right and all that. Take your time.
I'm starting. I'm literally starting right now.
Dominoes.
I might eat 3 pieces.
Oh, only 3? I'm gonna go for 2. I think I will. I have to eat.
I wouldn't like try to eat 2 pizzas. Like there is a team.
I know. I wait. Oh, where's the truck? Put the truck back in. I waited for people to finish, and then I. Are you sure you have to go? You haven't had lunch yet. Okay.
Seeds are.
But we're gonna pass our line. I don't want it. Put it down.
Guys, there's tarpon umbrellas under this thing.
Get that out.
Yeah, that radio may not be on 13
Right?
right
Do that. Okay, good.
All right, I gave you the rundown on the track. I gave you the rundown on the track. I think you'll be all set. Just take it easy at first. First 2 laps, take it easy.
Truck's off. 38.
What did
you just do? Why don't you
I'm
change?
going to ask you to take these sticks after a minute. I'm going to try something. Why not?
I communicated it.
I walked out.
What?
I do.
They're moving. They're right there.
They left like 5 minutes.
We're only on the, yeah, we're only.
We only have like 4 left. And I don't want it there.
Sorry, remember there's a puddle up there. Yeah, but. Yeah. Hey, slow down, slow down. Jeffrey, wear your glasses. You could wear contacts that big. Very big. You pull this good? Yeah. Yeah. What? Probably gonna work.
That door is coming off.
All right, engine on. Engine on. Wrap those things up.
Great.
You good?
Godspeed.
Yes, sir.
The effort.
Well, hopefully he picked up some of that other try.
I think Parker's been monitoring. I had to pop it down over the carry so we can adjust it.
That's all right. That's
apologize.
all right.
I just,
I could show you how to just pull up the center and throw it on the shoulder.
Oh, okay, that'd be great. Obviously,
Yeah,
not
that's
a
all you-
camera woman.
Yeah, that's all right. But you just pop up the center and pull these together, and then split it. But I gotta eat something.
Yeah, you want to get lunch now?
Yeah. So I'll set up like the shot and then walk away,
Okay, if you want, I can drop your meal.
and I'll meet you by the set in just a few moments. Thank you.
All teams, if you wish to rotate spotters, the next rotation will occur at 2:15. Please have your spotters at the start and finish line.
right. So,
Can you do that? Sure. There are cars on the
the
track
moment
right now.
the cars are getting ready to go back out on the track. All right. Aaron, please get into position for your interview over in the pits with Mackenzie. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. Let's see here.
So is it one or two people wanting to chat? This is Aaron, our camera. He's gonna set up, and I'm gonna turn down my watch.
I just heard on the IFB that we actually have another weather delay, so cars are not going to be starting now. They're going to be starting in 30 more minutes. They're playing it by ear. So let's go back to our camera, see what's going on there. And again, we have another weather delay. It will be 3 o'clock when the cars resume their driving on the track. Thank you.
Hopefully your car will make some laps in the background. Sound good? We've got about 4 minutes till Aaron. This is Ross. They're from Washington State, Washington State. They've come quite a long way to race cars here.
Yeah.
This is true.
Not that. This is far, but not far.
And they're going to go faster than us. Do you want us like here?
That's good.
If y'all want to come over here, we can kind of get like standing and comfortable with one another, you know. I haven't turned this on yet. I will. Can you take the temperature? Okay, it should be on. Yes, awesome. Right here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't really want to start singing, but I can. I might be tempted to.
Should be on.
It's hard to see the light, but I'm pretty sure it's on.
Doesn't sound. Test.
So I'll probably just like hold it and do the same thing that they did like last time. You know, because I smell the rain. The same. I smell it.
That smells pretty dry to me. I don't know.
Audio is important. I don't think people really care to see us sitting here going.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I smell it too. I got it.
How's it been going? I'm going to ask you this again. Oh, yeah.
It's been going pretty well. I mean, the cloud's been a pretty big factor, but they're still cruising.
It'd be cool too. I will probably ask you about how the coverage in the rain has affected you guys today, and you're welcome to go into like the details on like how that affects the performance of your car and like what you're strategy.
Sure.
Because I know it's definitely not fun when you're in a solar car competition. You're limited on the solar aspect of it.
Exactly. Sure. I'd be happy.
The first interview I had to get in my hat because we've been under the garage bay this whole time.
Oh.
Doing good.
I love my hat for that. Like,
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna break out like right.
Oh man.
It's gonna be cute.
You're on live.
I am? Okay. We're having an hard time with audio.
Mine might slow down, way down.
My song, I know a little bit of some
This part's not my area of expertise. I'm just gonna talk into people.
You're so good at talking. Oh my god.
You've managed to keep going all day.
Yes, and we'll have to continue to do this for 3 more days, so we'll see how my energy levels are. Just gotta fake it till you make it sometimes, you know? But Solar Car Challenge is all about little sleep and a lot of energy.
Yeah.
So, maybe we were all solar powered, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think food powered is better than solar powered.
Well, fair enough. Lunch was good today. Lunch was alright. Hope you're all eating well.
Yeah, well, we just had some sandwiches. Yeah.
Some melted Oreos. Oh, nice. The solar classic of the melted versions of foods we love. I love it. And the sandwiches. Sandwiches are really good then. Especially for us in the cross country races. It was like turkey sandwiches every day.
Ooh, I saw a raindrop.
I want to keep zooming.
I know, I just saw one. Maybe someone
I
spit.
haven't seen it yet.
Well, it's funny because like that direction, beautiful sky. This direction, let's maybe not look under.
Fortunately, it goes that way.
Yeah.
I would like to go that way.
And we tend to hit rain here quite a bit. Although this is the most rain I've seen at a track race in a long time. No, I say that. Probably all the time I've been here, which has only been since like 15, which seems like a long time.
Yeah.
But we've been going on since 95, so in comparison, it's not that long.
I haven't felt one yet.
Yeah. There's someone you're
I'm gonna say
That's not good. That's not good. We got rain. We got rain.
Hey guys, it's starting to rain.
Yeah, I feel that.
We're gonna.
Okay. We can move in and then like catch up later. Thanks for being flexible.
Okay. Attention all teams. It is currently raining on the track. All vehicles must exit the track on this lap. All vehicles exit the track on the current lap. Thank you.
Okay. They don't need that right now. So. Yeah.
No, not
I'll
bad.
go in here and I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Actually, could you go get the microphone from those guys?
where we help motivate students in science and engineering, alternative energy. And we do this throughout the year by teaching them how they should design it, how they engineer it, how they construct their car, and then how to race it, as well as things along the line with teaching commitment, teaching them dedication, so that when they finish this project after 15 months, they're going to be there at the race having the best time of their life. Hands-on, project-based STEM initiatives are the key to help motivate students. You're actually touching and making things work. And the expression on your face of, we've been able to get the solar array to put out the right amount of power, it's huge. And that excitement creates motivation and carries you through all the rest of the project.
I'm the captain, I'm the welder, and mechanical.
I'm mechanical and I work on grinding the car.
I do electrical and finance.
I mostly work on electrical and telemetry stuff.
Electrical and SolidWorks.
And I work on anything that needs to be worked on.
It's a real tight-knit team and we all know each other real well. And we all joke around and we work together. And if somebody's in trouble, we can all help each other out, so yeah.
I knew absolutely nothing about electronics or anything before I started here. Now I think I know a fair bit.
A lot of people think it's a college thing, and yes, there are colleges with solar car programs, but the high school, everyone's like, it's such an amazing experience.
So like, wait, what? You built this? How could you build that? I couldn't build that. It would take me centuries to build that.
Our big thing is problem solving. So if there's a problem, we find a way to solve it. It seems simple in itself, but at times it can get very complicated.
I feel a lot of pride, really. We all put a lot of hard work, dedication, and time into building this, and just seeing us go across that finish line means the world.
For new teams and new teachers, you don't have to be afraid of the technology involved in this. There are people out there who are willing to come in to your school and help you with it. It improves your program. It enriches your teaching.
The Solar Car Challenge provides a lot of resources for first-year teams. We provide workshops throughout the year for new teams where you get to talk about how to actually put a car together, the mechanical, the electrical, and you get a lot of other teams participating and providing inputs.
So while we're a competition, we're also an educational institute, and that's our primary focus.
Everybody there has bled and sweat and cried as much as all the other teams, and so if one car breaks down, you have 3 or 4 other teams there to try to help them because they know how hard it was to try to get to where they are.
And the winner of Day 2 in the Advanced Classic Division, 257.9 miles total, Iron Lions. Congratulations.
Everybody behind the scenes, all of our staff, are volunteers because we believe in what we're doing. These are people who've either raced in preceding races or are somehow or other involved in the solar community.
I started solar car in high school, and I quickly developed a love for science and technology.
And I raced for 2 years and I've never left. I know what it meant to me. It's what really solidified my desire to be an engineer, set me down a great career path that I've absolutely loved, and I want to make sure that other people have that opportunity.
When I used to race in 1997, we had 5 cars. Last year, we had more than 100 teams actively building cars.
We deal with between 1,500 and 2,000 in our education program, and we've been doing it for 26 years now. It's a lot of people.
After you put 15 months into this, with all the sweat and the brain power and the successes and a few failures, the time you spent after school and on Saturdays, when you're finally on the road driving your solar car, you say, this car is something that I built. The pride that you have of being able to do something that maybe a college or a corporation does, and you're doing it as a high school student, it makes you proud.
Awesome. Hey guys, welcome back to the afternoon session at the Solar Car Challenge. Things are still looking quite flexible and chaotic here in the garages and on pit road and the track itself. Currently I'm here with Roz, Solar Car team. They are the Green Energy team coming to us from Seattle, so way over across the nation. So big travel to get down here. And I'm here with some of their teammates. So we're going to talk a little bit about their car and their experience so far. So obviously we're currently in the garage, which is probably not where y'all wanted to be in this exact moment. But it's not your fault, right? We've been having some crazy weather today. The overcast has been a little crazy. So will you guys both share a little bit of your perspective on kind of how the day has turned out? Was it what you expected? And what are you doing to kind of be flexible and figure out the best way to run your car?
Yeah, I mean, we want to be out racing. I mean, that's what we came here for, all prepared. But stereotypically, we're from Seattle. We have a lot of rain. So our test dates are pouring down rain and 40-degree weather. So we're out here charging. We know what to expect. A little sprinkle is nothing big for us.
Good to hear.
Yeah, I mean, all week we've been checking the weather. You know, we've been anticipating rain, anticipating thunderstorms, and as of this morning, luckily, at least tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, are supposed to be somewhat sunny, but today was the only questionable day. So our strategy definitely has changed a little bit to account for that weather change. You know, we're not going to be getting as much power, not going to be able to drive it as fast as we want to, and more than likely our charge for the battery is going to go much lower than we wanted. So our strategy definitely has to change a little bit, but so far we've done well. We've kind of stayed on the track that we wanted to be on, and we're going to keep racing.
That's awesome to hear. So you guys kind of mentioned this a little bit. You're talking about being from Seattle and testing and doing all these things. So a lot of work goes into these cars, and a lot of work has to go into overcoming all sorts of different challenges here. So in what ways have you been preparing? What have been your testing? What is your method of getting prepared to come here? Your car looks wonderful. Your car looks beautiful. For those of us tuning in, Roz is racing in the advanced division, and they're one of the big cars flying out on the track that we get to see. So tell me a little bit about like what kind of preparation for you guys goes into getting here.
Yeah, I think coming into the race, we were very focused on preparation. We knew if we did the work while we were at home, in the environment we knew, and with our shop and all of our tools, we would have the most control here at the race. So, I mean, everything from packing multiple times, going through our little checklist, training with the car, training our drivers, because we don't have much time here at the race, so making sure we're practicing in advance. And, yeah.
Well, I mean, up to now we've been lucky enough to have a lot of miles on the car. Back in Seattle, we put almost 700 miles on it. You know, just collecting data, you know, training drivers, trying to see how much power we can get, how much power it takes to go a certain speed, how many watts we need to put out. We've gotten a lot of data, but the one big difference is we're in Texas now. We've been in Seattle for the last 2 years trying to prepare, get data, but when we got here, everything kind of changes. What would normally be a sunny day in Seattle would be very different here in Texas. You know, weather's a little bit more unpredictable, and everything just is just a little different. So we had to definitely alter that a little bit, but we've been preparing as much as we can. We've been doing everything.
That's awesome. And I know Roz was actually a new team back in 2019, so it was the first time they came out on the track, and they were very successful in their race. As a brand new team, and now it's your second time out here, what do you guys think that you've learned from the previous time, and has that worked out for you guys so far? And you know, maybe you weren't there for the race or not, but what do you think your team has been able to pass on since the last time you guys raced?
Right, 2019 was 2 years ago, so excuse us.
I think your horn works.
So most of that team was seniors, so they came back, they taught us everything that they know, but still we've added a lot of great, valuable members. So we're coming out here with the mindset that we're a brand new team. We have some extra tools in the back, but I mean, we're ready to go, and we're just out there like everyone else. So.
That's awesome. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, well, the 2019 year, they set a really high bar. They put almost 1,000 miles on out there, and they were super successful, but the only issue was that team was comprised of just about all seniors. So this team that's gotten here this year, we're almost all new. Only about 3 of us have been here before, so it's basically like a first year for us again. We're coming here with a completely new car. Everything's different, and so you know we're gonna hold ourselves to a high bar, but we're all here for our first time as well.
That's really awesome, and I love that mindset that you guys are having of staying open to it, then having a great time, but still working as hard as you can. Speaking of working as hard as you can, and luckily it looks like it's staying pretty sunny outside. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the race? How do you think the next 3 days are going to go? And what have you been enjoying so far with this experience?
Oh my gosh, it's such an amazing experience. We've gotten so close together, just living together for the last half of the week. But all the things that you pick up and on the fly here at the race, we've done 2 years of prepping, knowing our car, but here you have to pick it up on the fly through scrutineering, through the problems we face on the track, through weather, everything. It's been amazing.
Yeah, you know, we've been working for so long on this car, and it's so important to all of us. So, you know, we're gonna keep focused. We're gonna stick to our strategy. You know, if cars are flying by us, we're not gonna panic. We're not gonna accelerate. We're gonna, you know, have our strategy team. They're all sitting there with their computers, with all their data, looking at the weather, looking at the power draw, looking at how much we're getting, and they're gonna give us a number. And we're just gonna stick to that. You can't really let what other teams do affect you. You know, maybe they're putting out too much energy. Maybe they'll run out of power on the third day. You know, you can never know. So you can't get too excited. You can't get too scared. You just gotta stick to what you got. So that's our plan for the next couple days. We're gonna keep monitoring the weather. We're gonna keep monitoring how much we're getting, and we'll go as fast as we can get.
That sounds great, and you did mention talking about some of the other teams, and I know the competition in the advanced division can get pretty tight with some of those fast cars going around. Outside of just that, have you been able to talk to some of the other teams, see some of the other cars, and kind of what has that experience been like, being able to be surrounded by this atmosphere and this community again after, you know, a whole year on break?
We came into the race saying we want to be the helpers, we want to be a role model to new teams, we want to just be good people, a good team. So we had Oregon here from the Pacific Northwest with us, and unfortunately they didn't make it through, but we had half of our team over here. We're trying to help, trying to get them through. We hope to see that they can do a lap or two here at the end, but we want to be supportive of the environment because it's such a special environment here, just getting to know people across the country, across the world. It's nothing like you can find anywhere else.
Yeah, well, I mean, we came into the race, we were very prepared for scrutineering, so we were able to knock that out just basically in the first day. And, you know, for the next 2 days, we didn't really know what to do. So as a team, we decided we wanted to go around, you know, outsource, help other people, and we were able to learn so much from other teams. So with our car, at least, since it's the first year that we've made it, it's got a lot of problems with it. There's a lot of things we want to fix, we want to change for the coming years. So by being able to outsource and speak to other teams, we were able to learn a lot. So for example, next year we're at least contemplating making a new panel, and many teams here actually have made their own solar panels. So we were able to talk to them, see how they did it, see what strategies they use, techniques, and we were able to learn a lot. So things like that were able to help us, and hopefully next year we'll come back with a bigger and better car.
That's really awesome. I have one more question for you guys, as I see your cars are going back out, so I don't want to keep you guys too long from getting back out on the track and helping out your teams, because I'm sure you guys want to be out there cheering on everybody and helping out. But I did have one last thing. We've talked about this sometimes before, and you hear this a lot, but obviously, at least from my perspective, this is a pretty unique experience, at least for high school students. And in your own opinions, what do you think this experience has had an impact on you, and maybe what you might want to do in the future, or what just like skills do you feel like this is given for you? Like, is it worth it spending all this time building and racing this car and going through all that you go through?
Completely life-changing, completely. I was a girl at a STEM school, excited about STEM, but I really had no clue. The mentors at our school, our teachers, the environment, they're so supportive. Just getting in from learning in the classroom, like textbook work, pretty straightforward. But when you get down to the shop, spinning a wrench, it's a little different. So just being able to apply it to a real world situation and to start building up for college, some of the college competitions and just what I want to do in life. So definitely getting into some engineering when I grow up. So I'm really excited. It's preparing my future.
Well, for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to be an aerospace engineer. That's why I applied for the Aviation high school. When I got there my freshman year, you know, didn't have that many friends. I was coming from a new school, and I found out about the solar car team, and so I joined it thinking we'd do some engineering, and it's completely changed my life. I mean, we've got thousands and thousands of hours put into the car just to get here. You know, we're communicating with other teams, with industry professionals. It's very, very skill-based. You know, we can attain skills such as outsourcing, fundraising, design. You know, building the car. There's so much involved in it. You don't have to just want to do engineering to participate in the solar car challenge. You can do anything. You might not even have the skills to turn a wrench. You can go raise money. You can go talk to industry professionals. You can get advice. There's literally a spot for anybody. So that's why I love it. I feel like it's prepared me very well for what's to come in the future, and I love it.
It's really great to hear you guys say that. And like I said, I'll go ahead and let you guys get back to your team, but I really appreciate you taking the time to hang out and chat with us and fill in everybody from back home how you're doing. You're obviously a very bright team and are going to have a really successful race, so we wish you the best of luck. But thank you very much. All right, thank you. Hey guys, we're back pretty quickly again, making up for some lost time from the rain. Here we are with Coppell Solar from Coppell, Texas, so a pretty close local team. Coppell's doing some work on their car right now, and we're just going to chit-chat with them and see how their day's going. So first things first, welcome to the first day of the race. I'm sure it's been a little chaotic, a little crazy, the rain, we've all been trying to overcome a lot of things today. But you passed scrutineering, so you're in the race, you're having a good time. Will you tell me a little bit about your scrutineering experience, kind of what that was like, and maybe how you were able to get to the point where you're now racing?
Yeah. So our scrutineering experience was actually pretty helpful. It helped. We saw some issues with the car, we fixed them immediately, and we just wanted to make sure this car was safe for everyone to drive. I think scrutineering is a great idea, and it's amazing really how well the judges know everyone's car is inside and out. And to ensure the safety of everyone, I think everyone should go through scrutineering very well. And it wasn't too much of a trouble for us because we had data sheets for all that stuff and we had everything organized. However, there's some points in the car that we had to fix and adjust. So I really do it. It's an amazing process.
Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, totally. Scrutineering is just kind of an engineering experience in general. I mean, part of engineering is problem solving, and when you go to the scrutineering stations, you find the things wrong, and we're all here to fix it up, and you're not alone. You got all these other teams to help. Probably the best part of this experience is getting to see other teams and what they've done, because they've made a lot of interesting cars. They've done a lot of interesting things to maybe their wheels, their windshields, maybe their aeroshield as well. And there's just really cool people to meet as well. And it's an awesome experience, and scrutineering just makes cooperation even more integral to the entire process.
Yeah, I love that y'all tapped on cooperation and things. We've talked to a couple different teams about that, and it's always so great to feel the atmosphere of the race and how, yes, it's a challenge, but it's also an encouragement for everyone to be here and to be showing up. And on that note, working on the car and doing things, we see the car in the background. Can you tell me a little bit about your car, kind of maybe a little bit about the division you're racing in? Our viewers that are tuning in that maybe new have yet to see an electric solar car. So you tell me a little bit about the division, what makes it unique, and even maybe point out to the camera what parts of the car may be different from other vehicles that we see.
So we're the electric solar division, meaning the arc panels aren't mounted on our car, they're actually on an array. And this is to simulate more of an SUV sort of electric car simulation, where we even need 2 passengers. If you can see closely, there's 2 seats in there. And it's supposed to simulate more of an electric car simulation. So maybe in the future, when we go to electric or solar, we have an idea of some sort of how to build it. It also requires battery pack swaps and battery packs. So since our is technically an electric car rather than a solar car, it's still powered by solar energy. So we have 2 battery packs, each charged by here, each charged by the sun, solar panels on our array outside. And while one's in the car, we charge the other, and every time we come off the track, we swap them. And especially with this car, it's more of a bulky car because instead of a minimum height or weight requirement, it has a instead of a maximum, it has a minimum. There we go. So technically, we can make this car a mile long, but we wanted to meet those minimums and make sure we get all that stuff figured out.
Awesome. Did you want to add anything to that, or you think you covered it?
Yeah, no problem. The stuff about the frame is the most interesting thing, because that's kind of what sets your car apart from everything else. Because of course we have stuff like the materials you use on the outside for your windshield and kind of maybe decoration, electrical, of course. But the biggest thing about your car is your frame. That's kind of what makes or breaks what kind of design and what kind of things you can actually do to your car. And while they're not here right now, there are so many super interesting designs that are based around the frame. Like we have our aeroshell here that tapers to the back because we kind of have a triangular shape to it. Other teams may have more of a T shape and it tapers to that as well. And you can just see really cool designs, but also practical ones.
So I noticed you were talking about battery swapping. So as you mentioned, and I'll just restate again, a lot of the electric teams, they have 2 battery packs, right? So they're draining one battery pack as they're racing, as they're charging another one. So I'd imagine that requires quite a bit of strategy and planning on how we want to race, right? Because you go too fast and you're going to end up kind of in a spot where you're sitting around waiting for a battery pack to charge, yeah? But if you go too slow, maybe you're not optimizing how far you can go. So can you tell me just a little bit about how your team strategizes and kind of the idea that you have going forward to be on the track?
Yeah. So we kind of have an idea of our resting voltage and all the voltage, and every time the driver's in a car, we try to ask as much as we can. Every time they go around the track, halfway around the track, what's your resting voltage? What's your voltage under load? How's it feeling? You're slowing down, you're speeding up. Make sure you keep a constant speed, because accelerating too hard or decelerating too hard does drain your battery packs faster. So we sort of have that strategy down to where we realize we're in sync with our cars, drivers, and they know when they need to pull off, and that we know when we need to pull on. And we try to minimize as much as we can, as well as try to be in constant contact with our drivers, knowing how they feel. Because sometimes we don't even need to do a battery swap, we just need to do a driver swap because they're drained. So we just need to just coordinate with our drivers, and that's the best way for us to do it.
Yeah, it's a good thing you kind of brought up safety of the drivers. Obviously, is a big echoed part of the Solar Car Challenge. Like you said, with scrutiny, making sure the cars are safe, constant communication with the driver, making sure they're not dehydrated, keeping them nice and well-oiled machine working around here. Speaking of the concept of safety, obviously we've all got our masks on. We got our full-brimmed hats to keep us from sunburns. There are a lot of rules and things that we do at the race. And on the topic of COVID, obviously it has impacted many teams, and we've heard quite a few stories of how teams haven't been able to access their car or how they're having to get creative in ways to be able to work on their vehicle. Could you touch just a little bit about how your team has been over the past 2 years and maybe what impact these past 2 years has had on the team and where you are now?
So COVID hit our team pretty hard, actually. Our school closed down back in like March and that day, and we didn't get it back until mid-December, maybe even January. So there was a lot of struggles within trying to get everything done. I remember when we left this car for spring break, we had just attached a new roll bar and the car was still in pieces. So getting it together and getting ready for scrutineering was definitely a struggle in those past few months. But we did it, we made it, and I'm so glad we did. You know, COVID might have hit other teams harder or it might have hit us not as hard. We were fortunate that we could get back to the labs by January and keep working. But overall, we kept communication, we planned as much as we could, and we did as much as we can with COVID, I think.
Oh yeah, and one of the biggest things is sponsors, right? When COVID hits, it's not just places that shut down, it's entire companies and small businesses, right? And we rely a lot on small businesses in order to try to get the funds and maybe even the parts for our car that actually keep us in place. So having to deal with that over COVID, I mean, we try to reach out, but these people simply can't support us because of just how much COVID has impacted them. So it's part of our job to try to work around that. What do we have left? What can we work with? But again, that's just more problem solving. It's just part of the process, and it just adds more challenge to all of this as well.
I'm glad you guys brought that up because I hadn't even thought about that as an aspect of a way that the pandemic can hurt teams. So I really appreciate you making us more aware of that. The things you don't realize you need until it's taken away, you know? On kind of the note of COVID, and it's been 2 years on things, I'm aware both of you guys are now upperclassmen on the team. So as upperclassmen, how are your thoughts and how are your feelings moving forward, and how has this experience and being part of Solar maybe defined your high school career, and what are you looking forward to in your future after graduating?
You know, it's just an amazing experience. I've been lucky to have been here 2 years and this is my second year, and I thoroughly enjoy it. I feel like being a high schooler, building a car, working on it, making it move is just an amazing experience, and I'm going to carry that with me through the rest of my life. You know, problem solving skills, engineering skills, all that stuff is going to come into play when I go to my career or college or anything like that.
Yeah, this club has been amazing for me. There's so many skills I never thought I would learn in here. I mean, there's soldering, even trying to use a heat gun on shrink wrap, which I never thought I would do. But I mean, here we are. Now it's just like that. There's just a bunch of skills, and there's also just communication. You know, when my freshman year entering high school, I always thought engineer was only about the skills and didn't really think that much about problem solving and stuff. But after this entire process, I've seen how much communication and having those problem solving skills helps. Of course, you need the physical skills to solve the problem, but identifying what that is, having other people help you kind of identify what that is, helping people just in general in this entire race on other teams as well, it's been an awesome experience. I mean, I've got to meet a lot of people that have different skill sets for communication as well, and if it wasn't for those people, I mean, I don't know how we would have come up for half the ideas that are on this car.
That's awesome. I really love that. Obviously, as a communications nut myself, it's always fun to hear some of that being talked about. And it's always great to see you guys kind of explore and gain those skills over time. Obviously, like I said, your car's here, and I know you want your car back out on the track. So if you're comfortable sharing a little bit about what you're kind of working on right now and what your goals are for the rest of the race and kind of where you hope to be throughout the rest of the race so we can support you guys in that. Kind of where are you at this moment?
So right now we're just fixing a problem that popped up. We realized that our load is being higher than it normally is, and maybe that's rolling resistance, and we thought maybe it was a motor. We looked at the motor, made sure everything was okay, and it was. So we're now just putting it back. It's just eliminating those problems. We're getting a lot of rolling resistance, so we adjusted the front wheels and trying to play with that as well. So we're trying to find the best way, and we're about to head on the track as soon as possible as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a few issues. I mean, I believe just today we were fixing an issue with our brakes and our tires just because there would be a scraping sound. So we figured out having a lighter load in there would help us as well as kind of adjusting our bolts in the tires. And now that this new problem has cropped up, well, it's just something else we have to solve. There's no complaining, just got to go with it and see what you can do with it.
I really love the attitude, guys, and I know we're all cheering for you guys to get back out on the track, as it's pretty great. And truth be told, we've said it already in the live cast here, but wouldn't be called the Solar Car Challenge if it was easy. It would be called the Solar Car Easy. So there's always got to be things to maneuver and to figure out and plan, and that's what makes this engineering. So that's really great, and it's been great to support you guys in this movement, and I know, like I said, we're all cheering for you guys to get back out on the track and see how it goes. Now that we've got some sunshine, hoping for no more rain today, but I hope you guys are doing super great, and I really appreciate you guys taking some time out of your day to talk with us. Before I go, is there anything else you'd like to say, any thank yous you'd like to say? There are some people supporting you back home. Anything you'd like to kind of give a shout out to?
I'd love to thank Coppell SD and Mr. Yak and all those teachers who have made this possible. The Solar Car Challenge, the engineering program at Coppell High School is amazing and genuinely one of the best, I think, in the entire state.
We thank the education. I gotta thank the parents that came out here and also are at home right now. I mean, of course, we have sponsors, we've got the school, but we need our adults, our own family, to come help us and do this kind of things. And I'm grateful for their support, even if they're not here. I mean, they've done so much for us, whether it's donate money, spend time with us just so we could fix some things, or even just help us get lunch sometimes. I mean, every little thing matters for this entire team, and I'd really like to thank you. It's been awesome.
Thank you guys so much. I'll let you guys get back to working on what you're working on, but I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Wish Coppell good luck. Hope that they get back out on the track as soon as they can, and I know that they'll appreciate those good luck wishes. But thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm so proud of you guys.
That was fun. All right.
let you know when to come in, okay?
We will push it. Let the guys on. Let's push it, guys.
What time is it?
It's 3:57.
3 minutes, 15 minutes. That's 5.
We're live. Hey guys, we are live. So hey guys, we're back out on the track next to pit row, watching the cars go around. I'm here with Covenant Christian. They actually have 2 teams this to talk a little bit and hang out. Just before we get started, as a heads up, we're getting potentially some rain and some lightning coming up soon. So it turns out we're going to be starting to pull the cars off the track a little earlier than normal, starting with some staggered endings. And on that note, as we're talking about some crazy weather and things, we've definitely had an interesting day 1 of the race. Yes? Yes. So could both of you share with me a little bit about your first day, some obstacles maybe you weren't expecting, how you're overcoming that, maybe how the weather is affecting your strategy, and kind of how the day has been. I'm sure a little stressful, but we're all here to support you guys. So just share with me a little bit about today.
Yes, at the beginning of the day, since we had a little bit of extra time due to weather, we decided to charge our batteries for as long as possible before we started, which gave us a good indication of the fact that we were having some issues with some of our batteries, which is now fixed. So our car should be in good working order now, which I'm glad that we had the rain, because otherwise that might not have happened.
That's interesting. Cool.
And we had a lunch break. We had to take a 2-hour break because that's how our division works, but we got an extra 30 minutes on the end, so we got to fix some problems that was going on, and it did mess up our strategy a little bit, but not too badly. So
it's nice to see a positive twist on some of the chaos that today has proved for some teams. Talking about your team in general, Covenant Christian is a team that's been around for a bit. They are no rookie to the Solar Car Challenge themselves, but some of you ladies were sharing with me that your team as a whole currently that you're working with is a little rookie, and I'm assuming some of that has to do with the fact that we've had a 2-year gap in between those 2 races. So you tell me a little bit about how that's affected the team and what you guys are doing to help kind of, stay on top and work through those issues.
Yes, actually 2 years ago we decided that we were going to build a brand new car, and that got us a lot of new people on the team. Sadly, we lost a lot of those people due to COVID issues, and Elia is the one returning member of our Advanced Classic team. I joined 2 years ago, and I happen to be the captain, even though this is my first race.
Wow, that's crazy. So tell me about being the only member returning.
Well, I did this race 2 years ago, so I had just gotten out of 7th grade, and I was really new to it. I was just, with a bunch of seniors and stuff. I actually really helped them build the car that's right behind us, actually. That's our advanced car. I helped build.
Continue racing.
That was one of Covenant Christian's cars that just passed behind us. So pretty exciting little cameo that we just got from one of your cars. So tell me a little bit about what it's like to have 2 different cars that you guys are working on. My understanding is you have kind of like a varsity team and like a JV team. So what's that like, being able to kind of have both of those and have experience both ways? Yes, for most of the year we work as one cohesive team until any time that we're at the Speedway. We're 2 separate teams. We completely divide off and work on stuff on our own. So our varsity team is seniors only, and JV is everybody else. The cars are identical, except for the fact that one has lithium-ion batteries and blue stripes on the front, and the other has lead-acid batteries and orange stripes on the front. So it's quite difficult to see the difference of the 2 on the track.
Yeah, and we've talked with some of our listeners so far about the differences between advanced cars and classic cars, and you mentioned that the lithium-ion versus the lead-acid, so we're carrying with you a little bit. What other ways do you feel like, maybe strategy-wise or just the way you guys run as a team, what's different between being on your JV versus being on your varsity, and maybe what are you looking forward to with eventually hopefully moving up?
Well, for our varsity team, their strategies for the race day, theirs is different. They have to take a 30 break throughout the whole day, but that's it. Versus us, we have a planned 2-hour break, so they have to strategize a little differently, and since their car is built to go faster, they have to calculate what good speed to sit at, even though it's way faster than what ours is. So
that's really interesting, and again, we've talked a little bit about how today's been some crazy weather, so a lot of those strategies are kind of thrown out the window just a little bit, but it's nice to see everybody adapting. How have you felt like your car has performed today? You obviously passed scrutineering, so you've made it through. Scrutineering is long and it's hard, and I know it was long and hard for your team, but you're here, so tell me a little bit about how you're excited to race, what you're looking forward to over the next 3 days, and where do you think, what's your capability of your car, and how well do you think you'll be able to race this year?
I feel like we could do really, really well. This day didn't go exactly as planned. There are a few kinks here and there, but we're hoping to make up for lost time now and for the next few days.
Anything to add?
I don't know if this for sure, but I think our advanced classic car is in second currently right now. Last time I checked it was, so we're hoping to make up those extra laps and hopefully get first by the end of the race.
It's really awesome. And talking about kind of competing and being competitive, have you gotten to hang out or meet some of the other teams, and what has that experience been like? I know a lot of our viewers have maybe never seen a Solar Car Challenge, and there's a good chance there may be some teams out there that are looking forward to hopefully coming out to a Solar Car Challenge in the future. What would you say to those teams as they're trying to get out here, and what's this atmosphere like for them?
Our competitors actually in first place right now, Wiley. I actually got to have a conversation with their captains and their advisor this morning. Everyone here is so nice and everyone is willing to help out if something's going wrong with the car. I was helping out on a different team's car yesterday, and everyone wants for everyone to be able to compete, which is really nice because it's all in the spirit of doing something new and enjoying something with STEM and with this solar car race. So we all want everyone to be able to participate if we can.
It honestly doesn't even feel like a competition until you get to the race day, and it just feels like you're racing at the actual car, not even the people. I've met some amazing, super friendly people. I got to know some people from Arkansas, even though we're in Texas. It was super fun, and we even have our neighbors that are in the garage space next to us. We were talking to them a ton, and we got to be pretty good friends with them, so it was really fun.
That's really, really awesome. And I know stuff is moving pretty quick here, so I won't try to keep y'all too much longer away from your team, partially because, we've got a captain over here and some return racer who needs that expert knowledge for the rest of their team. But I did want to touch on the fact that as two young women doing a STEM challenge, I'd love to hear a little bit about your experience and what made you decide you wanted to do this and what has kept kind of keeping you rallying forward, and what has that been like, and do you have any encouragement for other girls that might be interested in this kind of thing?
It's not something that you typically call for girls, which it is for everyone. And I've met a ton of brilliant girls through this team and outside of this team, and our JV team is actually majority girls. We only have 2 guys on our team. Any girl who wants to do this can totally do this. And when I started, it was actually just Elia and I on our JV team that were girls, and it was the majority guys. But the thing is, anyone who really wants to do this, even a guy, will understand someone who also wants it just as bad as they do. And anyone can. That's the thing about science, technology. It's for anyone and everyone.
Do you want to add on?
Oh, sure. I joined this because my brother did it, and I really look up to my brother. He's in college for electrical engineering, so I just really look at him and stuff. And it doesn't even matter that he's a guy and I'm a girl. I can still follow exactly what he's doing. So
it's really awesome, and I'm really appreciative to see you two gals come in and hang out with me. And like I said, I know some of the cars are moving fast. It's now 3:50, so I know you guys are going to want to get back to your cars and coordinate your team. But I really appreciate you hanging out with us. It's been really great talking to you guys. And best of luck throughout the rest of the race. I hope you guys the best, and plenty of sunshine for the rest couple days.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I wanted to let them go because they decided to start pulling teams off.
Are they pulling them off or not?
Well, so we got a message. I'll have to double check it.
They said it was not happening.
Yeah, it says expected rain event will not occur. Continue racing. End of session at regular time. So we're all kind of a little confused, but it's also 3:50 and end of session is usually 5, so we're getting kind of close. So we'll see how it goes. Let me see who the other two. We're also running a little bit, so I was like, let's see. We have.
Yeah.
And if you want to scoot up a little just in case a car comes off, that'd be totally cool. Awesome. Hey everybody, we are back. Pretty quick turnaround this time around. But this time I have a couple members of the Shine Runners team. Shine Runners is racing in the Advanced Classic Division, which means their team's been around for a little bit, meaning they've seen a few things or two along the way. And we're going to be asking them just a couple questions about their experience so far in their car. So first things first, tell me just a little bit about your car, maybe some unique things about it. Maybe what are you proud of for your car? It's been the pretty slick black one that's out there on the track, so I'd love to hear just a little bit more about your vehicle.
Okay, so compared to all of our traditional looks in the previous years was Bahama blue, orange. So we decided to change things up this year, and we went with black and red. So as everyone knows, the Black Widow movie that came out, so we went with that theme. Completely over, well, like 180 from our tradition. So that's all new. It gives us a nice, sleek black look, and it looks pretty nice.
Do you have anything about your car you'd like to share that you enjoy or you're kind of proud of that you've accomplished?
Mostly the same. I like the sleek panels that we have on this year. It's very more tight this time, and I love the natural flow of it, really.
Yeah, speaking of natural flow, I know we've talked a lot to a bunch of other teams about different things you've overcome in terms of designing a car and what it takes to really output a vehicle that moves. And there's things like aerodynamics, right? We're talking about flow, talking about weight, talking about all kinds of things. So can you tell me just a little bit about what things y'all were working on when designing this car and what comes into mind when you're designing a solar car for those of us that maybe haven't out there in the world?
Yeah, so big things when designing a solar car are going to be your panels, batteries, and motor. All that really depends, like, that makes or breaks your car. So you want, like, the most efficient panels, but not the heaviest. You want, like, light panels, but most efficient. Same with the motor. You want something that works with your batteries and your panels. And then basically you just get all that stuff, tie them all together, and you're good to go.
So what has the experience been like physically getting to the track this year? I know a lot of teams have gone through it quite a bit, and we've heard quite a bit from other teams over the past day of interviewing, just of either ways COVID has impacted them or difficulties with knowledge based on the team after a bunch of kids leaving or graduating. What challenges have you guys faced, maybe even mechanically on the car or anything that you'd like to share?
Yeah, so this past year has been rough for us. COVID obviously killed us last year, so shop was shut down, school was shut down. We weren't able to work until pretty much January of this previous year. So I actually graduated last year, so I wasn't even able to come back to participate until just months ago. And I wasn't allowed into the shop, I wasn't allowed anywhere. Seniors and juniors of previous years, mostly new, we're a pretty new team. So just to get everyone in the shop, everyone working, everyone learning, the big learning curve, they've done good, and we're back out here racing. It feels good to be back.
Tell me a little bit more about what it's like to have a pretty rookie team. I'm sure that's been an interesting experience navigating how to go about the challenge.
Yeah, so myself, this is my first year here, so I had a lot of stuff to learn. Like at the beginning of my school year, I had basically no knowledge about solar cars. So it was a lot to cram in, but we've had a lot of little bumps here and there, but we managed to learn a lot and come back from it and be able to get us here.
I like what you mentioned about how there's a lot to learn, right, when doing solar car. And I think quite a few teams have kind of confirmed this idea that learning through a solar car is very different than learning inside of a classroom. Yes. So can you tell me a little bit why you think it's important to do solar car and what kind of impact that's made? I'll go ahead and start on this side and work your way down.
So I think the biggest difference is that you're not reading from a textbook and you're really hands-on. Like the stuff you learn, you apply to the car directly, and you can see the result you make from the racing right here.
Most definitely. So just as you said, I mean, you're not going to get any of this knowledge from textbooks or just sitting in a classroom. They can sit and preach, but until you get your hands on, hands dirty, hands working on the car, that's where you get most of your knowledge, because then you run into a problem, you learn to fix it, and that sticks with you throughout your career, and that's how you actually hands-on learning. You won't get that stuff from sitting in a classroom and reading textbooks.
And I love what you said about how that really sticks with you and kind of shapes how you go about learning.
You said you graduated already,
Yes.
so are you comfortable sharing a little bit about kind of what you've been up to since graduating, and maybe has this experience being on the team impacted your path moving forward?
Yeah, so I just finished up my first year at UTA here in Arlington. And since graduating, I'm actually an aerospace and mechanical major. So this has really stuck with me. Learning from motors and panels and all the little tedious building, manufacturing, welding. This is stuck with me, and none of this is going to go away. I mean,
All right, we are back. Solar car is all about being flexible and adapting to challenges that we have our way. And every little example of that is a perfect example of what cars have been going out for on the track. We were talking about what you were looking forward to in your future and how this experience has impacted you. And I'd love to hear from the flip side, as someone who's a brand new team member, maybe what inspired you to join the team? And are you thankful that you did, or are you just like, gosh dang, these kids are dragging me around like crazy? So tell me a little bit about why you decided to join, and has this been an experience that's paid off so far? I know we're on day one, got a lot of ways to go. But yeah, just walk me through that and what your interests are in this.
So initially, I was led into this team by some of the teachers. They were the sponsors for this team, and they told me I should sign up. So I was like, why don't I just give it a shot? If I don't like it, I could always quit. And here I am. I'm still here. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. All the people, especially the team members, they've helped me keep around because they're really good. And there's a lot to learn, It was, overall good experience.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're still around. Good to see that. We haven't scared you off yet. We still got a couple more days of racing to go. But it's good to see you guys out here. Kind of talking about how there's still a little bit time left. We got one more deep question for you guys. What do you think are going to be your biggest challenges moving through the rest of this race? Based on what we've seen, we've got a lot of weather going on. We got a lot of things happening. So tell me, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge you have yet to overcome for the end of the race?
so most definitely weather. I mean, you can't really overcome the weather. Hey, if it rains, it rains. There's nothing we can do about it. But once we're out on the track, we give it our all and get as many laps in as we can. We just got to push the car and keep it going while we can.
Awesome. You want to add anything to that?
Not really. Yeah, it's mostly this weather. We have to keep an eye on the weather, a sharp eye. Yeah, biggest obstacle here, definitely.
Yeah, no worries. We definitely got a lot of weather today. I really appreciate you guys coming out from Shine Brothers, taking a break from looking at your car. I'll let you get back to it right as we see it crossing the path on the track. Great timing as a nice little send-off to you guys. Really appreciate it, Shine Runners, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of your racing.
Thank you.
And I hope to see your car keep going out there on the track and some more sunny weather moving forward. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Awesome. Sounds good. first I was like, oh, I don't get to judge teams, but then I've been doing this today, and it's actually been pretty exciting.
Good to talk to people.
Yeah, and it's nice to like check in on the teams and be like a friendly face that isn't intimidating. You know, like I'm not trying to like judge you. We're live. Awesome. So hey everybody, hopefully we're back and we're back better than ever this time. We are with our very last interview of the day, if you're listening last time. So we have Iron Lions here. This is Riley from one of the Iron Lions team. Iron Lions team is from Greenville, which is a local North Texas team. And they actually have 2 cars racing in the Solar Car Challenge. They've got one, an electric car that we've seen before, pretty identifiable, a nice big lion on the front of it. And then they also race in the advanced division with a brand new car that they brought out. We will focus a little bit more on the advanced car and its own little special feature later, probably tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But today let's just talk a little bit about the electric car and about your experience and your team and how you guys are doing. So first things first, and we've kind of been talking about this with a lot of the teams, right? This past 2 years has looked very interesting for the teams.
Absolutely.
And a lot of teams have talked about their struggles and what things they've gone through. But I'd also like to hear from you maybe not just the struggles in terms of, oh, COVID, we couldn't get to the car, but maybe what are some of the other hidden things that have been things you guys have had to overcome? We've heard from a couple other teams talking about how sponsors were more difficult to get this year and different things. So were there other challenges you weren't expecting to come out of this that you guys have had to work through?
Well, you know, like you said, we did build a brand new car. So in building a brand new car, you tend to put a lot of your thoughts in that brand new car. And so you have Regulus over here and, you know, she needs love. She wants love. And you're so focused on this brand new car, you kind of neglect her. So you know, you start driving and then sorry, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like you're so focused on this car, you still have another car right here, and then you start noticing problems after you do start driving that said car. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Sponsors were harder. You know, getting together was harder. We met 5 days a week this whole summer leading up to this because of, like I said, the snowpocalypse and all that stuff. We weren't able to meet the way that we normally do. So there was a lot of challenging aspects, but I think that made us closer in the end, you know? Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a great little spin on kind of the end of it. And, you know, you were talking about focusing on your advanced car and watching your electric car and kind of, you know, like you want to pour into a new car, of course, always. But you are still racing your electric car.
Yeah.
And I know, as we saw a little bit earlier, there's been some hiccups in the road with your electric car. Are you comfortable talking a little bit about kind of what's gone through the process today and maybe what that car has seen and what you guys have been doing to kind of work through that? And obviously you're back out on the track and doing things again. So tell me a little bit about how has today been, you know?
It's been something. There had been a couple breakdowns with just a little stuff. You can tell that it's not the car. You can tell it's really just the fact that we haven't put the attention that it needed, you know. We're getting through that. We've noticed that these past couple days since we've been here, it really just, we needed to give it more attention and we did not give it that. It's looking up and I think it's going to get better, but it's just been little things here and there that have been neglected that we kind of forgot about. Yeah.
And I agree with you that, you know, the best is yet to come. And we were just talking before we were live about how if the first day of Solar Car Challenge is a bit of a chaotic mess, then the rest of the days, I mean, if the rest of the days are best, then that's the greatest thing you can expect. So I'm glad to see you guys are working through it. I know, so with your team, and you have, you know, the 2 teams, how do you guys divide up work between the 2 teams, and what does that look like, kind of working together but also separate, and how has that worked, and maybe is there sometimes difficulties with that?
Yeah, this year has actually been the most challenging because we've taken 2 cars before, but normally we have 20, 22 people. We have 13 people on the team right now, and it's been a lot. I think it's kind of good because, like I said earlier, it makes us closer because we're all busy. We're all helping each other. Like, you can't sit down and feel like you're not doing anything. You don't have the choice, you know?
In the session.
We normally divide stuff up, like, for instance, like, someone will do electrical, and someone will do this, and someone will help said someone with electrical, and so on and so on. And some people will do all of it and bounce around, you know, stuff like that. So everyone feels like they're contributing, and it's a group effort, and it turns into this car that we drive on Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah.
That's awesome that you guys are able to, you know, maneuver that teamwork, even though we've all had kind of a difficult time spot with all that.
Yeah.
In terms of difficulty, how was the scrutineering process for you guys, and what was that like? And you know, coming out of it, you're obviously racing, so you passed. The car's good to go. Hiccups regardless, we're still racing, right? But how was the scrutineering experience for you guys, and maybe what have you learned through that experience?
Regulus was again, back to the kind of, you know, focusing on the new car. Regulus had a few hiccups in scrutineering, absolutely. Me and the captain Jordan did it together, and it really taught us a lot because Regulus was made 5 years ago, you know? And so there's stuff that we know. We understand Regulus, but we never like divulged ourselves into Regulus. And scrutineering really made us do that, and it really taught us more about the race in itself, because I had never done that. She had been a flagger, but I had never gone through scrutineering or anything, and it taught me a lot. Yeah, I've learned a lot from scrutineering.
Yeah, that's really interesting, saying that you haven't gone through a lot of the scrutineering process. I'm sure that the race itself then is a kind of a new thing, like learning through it. How has it been kind of being out here and going through all that process? Is it still being a very new process for you?
Yeah, I had done, I did the race, obviously not last year, but the year before that, but I kind of just, you know, flip-flop wherever. Like, this is the first time that I really went into it. It's been a lot. It's really fun, you know, it's really fun. And what I like about Solar Car and the Solar Car Challenge is that I don't ever feel like if I'm talking to a team, they're trying to beat me at something. I feel like I'm just talking to a team that we're, you know, about to race, so we're gonna have a good time. And that's the whole point, is that you built this car from scratch, and that's awesome, and that's amazing. And it doesn't matter how good you do, because you built that car from scratch by yourself, and that's an awesome thing.
That's really, really awesome. And I know as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the race day, we're seeing some of the cars slowly get to pull off the track for the end of the day. How's the day overall been, you think? And what are your goals for the next couple days in terms of racing the car and Regulus and its running time?
Yeah, like I said, today was a little bit rocky. Today was rocky. My goal is that tomorrow would be better, and so on and so forth. You know, Regulus is a great car. She does great. It's just, it was a little rocky, but we're going to do better. It's going to be better. I have high hopes. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, only positivity. That's all I got.
And speaking of better and positivity, one of the things that Greenville is pretty famous for on the track with their electric car is their battery swapping procedure.
Yes.
I personally have observed this, and I was always impressed. I also raced on an EV team, and we would watch Iron Lions with our jaws on the floor as to how awesome it was to see them do that. So just kind of, what are some of the things you are proud of about your team and your car? Things that you guys are passionate about, and what do you pour yourself into on the car?
This is on the new car. I did the panels. I'm so sorry.
Nice.
Absolutely, I did the panels, and I really poured myself into that. It was the first time we ever did it. I would say the battery change, I'm so proud of the battery change. It's so cool. It's a really lighthearted way to get yourself excited and going and going and going. I'm really impressed this year from just how everyone's very excited to work and wants to work and wants to work hard and wants to make the car good. Like, you know, I understand we're out here, you know, 10 hours or so a day, you know, we're working a lot. I understand feeling tired, but you can't see that in this team. All you see is love and dedication and hard work, and you want to see the car do good, and I really hope that shows, you know, outwardly to other people.
I've got a big smile underneath my mask right now. I don't know if my eyes are showing it, but it's so wonderful to hear that. And I did want to ask one thing that I haven't asked a lot of the other teams today. I remember being a senior on the team and graduating, kind of like Riley, you have graduated, and you're going towards college and everything. You know, it can be hard sometimes when you've graduated to really still put all of yourself into this vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Like, technically you're done with high school.
Yeah.
There's nothing forcing you to stay a part of this team, not that there ever was, but you know, it takes a lot to stick around as a senior who's graduated. It does. And a lot of teams have the problem of seniors graduating and then kind of dropping the ball a little bit.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
So as a senior, what has really kept you a part of this team and dedicated to still being here, and why is that valuable to you?
The love. It really is. Like, I'm very artsy. I'm a very artsy person. I like music and art and all this. And really, freshman year, I joined Solar Car because my friends joined Solar Car. But the love that I get from my sponsors and the other people on the team, and that I genuinely feel like they are my family, I couldn't leave this team until I leave this team, until I have to. I just couldn't. I feel like everyone else here agrees. Even if things are really hard, and yes, I was here up 5 days a week during the summer, and I have 3 weeks before I go off to college. I don't care. I love these people, and I want to see it through. We started building this car last year. So, and we went through all of this together. I absolutely had to see it through. And I think every senior on this team, I think we have like 3, 4, 5. I think everyone would agree. It's the love.
That's so awesome, and it's great to hear. And I really wish you guys the best, and I hope your senior year is able to end on a nice high note with your race for both of your cars. Yeah. I really appreciate you taking the time, especially as we're getting to the end. It is now almost 5 o'clock on the dot, so cars are pulling off for the end of the day. But thank you so much, Riley, and best of luck to Iron Lions. We'll be probably checking in with y'all very soon to see how it's going. But thanks again, and thanks to everybody watching live. We really appreciate staying tuned, and I will let you go ahead and get back to your team. All right, thank you. Bye.
it's not us. Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. We are live switching ourselves. Need to change our, if we can find out what that sound is. That turned off.
Oh.
There we go.
May have been a walkie-talkie for the evening.
All right, there we go. It's been a long day at the solar car race. Oh, full of surprises. Yeah, it ended up being quite a hot one by the very end. The teams had some difficulties. Our live broadcast stream had a couple difficulties you may or may not have noticed, but we've worked through them. All right, Mackenzie, give me an update for the cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a first day of the race. First day is always going to have its fun little twists and turns. Teams have been staying flexible. We have some teams that have had some difficulties today. Quite a few of them have been able to work through them, get back out on the track to hopefully have a good rest of the day. Some teams are definitely struggling. We've seen that with some of our teams, and we're still encouraging and pushing them on. It's still got 3 full days of racing. And outside of that, some of our top teams, we've seen a lot of movement on the scoreboards and first place, second place, third place, and so on. So definitely there's a lot of action going on throughout the race today, and I'm sure for the rest of the race. Hopefully a little less on the breakdown side of things. Teams are working through it, but it's definitely been a busy one today. Lots of challenges for everyone all around.
All right, here, Ken, let's refresh our stats here, and if maybe you could just go over for our audience, who's in the lead?
Sure. So as we look at each division, we've got the Classic division. Currently, we see the Kentucky Solar Cats with 52 unofficial laps. The auditing will be done tonight, and we can get the official posting tomorrow morning, but starting with 52, going strong. The Advanced Classic division, I see Covenant Christian Academy with 65 laps, doing really well.
Wow.
The Advanced division currently has been neck and neck pretty much all day long. What it looks like today, with us finishing up, we have Iron Lions with 134 laps.
Wow.
With the second place trailing team only 4 laps behind.
Wow.
So pretty tight there. Electric Solar has also got a pretty tight race. We see Heroes Alliance with 37 laps, but the second place team only 1 lap behind.
Wow.
So anyone's race there for sure. And then we've got our beautiful Cruiser division.
Man,
who's
Prosper is
strong.
just so much better than everybody else. Wow.
Sticking strong in their first place in their division as the
Yes.
only car racing, staying strong. It's been really great to see them overcoming the challenges of being the first car ever to race in the Cruiser division.
That's right. Nice. Well, everybody, we will catch you tomorrow. Cars roll out at what time?
Bright and early, assuming no weather issues tomorrow. We should be starting at 9 with the first car out, and then a rolled layout from there. So normally the way it works, I mentioned this earlier in the live stream, the first place teams with the most miles of them all ranked from total, meaning the fastest cars are going to go first, moving all the way down to the slower cars. So our starting order will change from today and instead be based on what place they're in.
Well, great. So we'll see you tomorrow. Look forward to more great interviews with all the teams as we wander through the pits and talk to everybody about their trials and tribulations. So you can see your team on our live broadcast tomorrow. So great. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Keep on charging.